Chapter 1351. The 5 great practitioners present belonged to 4 sects, but 3 of them had deep enmity with Lu Ping. This also made Lu Ping secretly think that his ability to attract hatred seemed to be growing. However, he also became more vigilant in his heart. He had offended these people, and they could be said to be extraordinary in the world of practitioners. As his reputation and status rose, his every move was bound to attract more and more attention, and it would be more and more difficult to think of doing things in the dark like before. However, the development of Zhenling also inevitably required Lu Ping to stand in front of the stage more and more, and at this time, the hidden arrows that came from behind Lu Ping had no choice but to divert 120% of his attention to deal with. As soon as Wujie Laozu of Taishin sect finished speaking, the great practitioner surnamed Gu of Wuxing School had already followed up with a solemn expression and said, "Fellow Taoist Lingxiu, are you sure you are not mistaken? 2 of my sect's direct disciples perished at the hands of this person. If it really is this person, this old man will definitely make him beg for death." Lingxiu Laozu also looked solemn and said, "No, this person is now also an influential figure in the world of practitioners. The old man will definitely not be mistaken." However, the old man met him a few days ago. At that time, Lu Tianping was walking towards the depths of the ruins of the Taoist altar. It is hard to say whether he is still there or not. Shoheng Laozu thought for a moment and said, "He should still be there. This person should be like the other 3 direct disciples." This time, he entered the Taoist altar mainly to prepare for the late Dharma stage. At this time, he should be going to the area near the world of the Taoist altar to find a place to train. The great practitioner surnamed Gu waved his hand and said, "Then what are we waiting for? The shortcut to the area of the white marble futon we are looking for next requires us to cross the ruins of the Taoist altar. Along the way, we will search for the whereabouts of this person. If we find him, we will work together to capture him." The great practitioner surnamed Gu could not help but think of the experience of Lu Ping successfully escaping from the joint attack of him and another great practitioner. That tyrannical impact, until now, made the great practitioner surnamed Gu feel extremely fearful when facing him alone. Even after he expressed his intention to join forces to besiege him, no one showed a strange expression. The 5 people only rested here for a moment before leaving, and the direction they left was the direction that Lingxiu Laozu had pointed to where Lu Ping was. After waiting until the 5 people were out of the range of Lu Ping's divine thought, another 2 to 4 hours passed before Lu Ping carefully revealed himself and then quickly ran towards the pit that the group had previously dug. This time, Lu Ping had learned his lesson. He stood on the edge of the pit and used the cloud sail to cover a radius of 300 feet. Then he only emitted the aura of the Dharma power of the dragon and combined it with his divine thought to capture the thought that had previously advised Lu Ping to practice the triple light sacred water. The entire Tao altar world was still filled with chaotic buzzing sounds, but no clear words could be heard from these noises. However, Lu Ping's divine thought still captured a sound that seemed to be slightly louder from these noises. The subtle difference in this sound was quickly identified by Lu Ping as the previous thought of Jiao Daoren. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and pointed to a spot 3 feet away from the pit. A clump of soil and stones exploded, and a stone similar to the sound-breaking stone that Lu Ping had previously obtained floated out of the exploded soil and stones. Lu Ping was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand, and another sound-breaking stone fell into his hand. This was a stone that recorded Jiao Daoren's thought. If he brought it out, he could give an explanation to Longhuai ancestor. However, at the thought of suppressing and erasing Jiao Daoren's thought in this stone, Lu Ping was a little uncertain. Previously, Lu Ping was able to erase Taoist Chan's thought by relying on the Dharma form of the dragon and the triple light sacred water, which he had cultivated under the guidance of Jiao Daoren's thought. However, now that he was facing Jiao Daoren's thought, it was difficult for Lu Ping to use the method Jiao Daoren had taught him to deal with Jiao Daoren's thought. Lu Ping took 2 deep breaths and thought to himself, "I will pass on the inheritance of the 7-colored restriction breaking talisman and the 3 methods of drawing it. I will also pass on the soaring dragon galaxy technique and the condensation of the triple light sacred water." After all, the thought left in the God's stone no longer belongs to the 7th patriarch of the heaven-splitting sect. If I erase it, it would be disrespectful to all of you. Lu Ping's thought left his body with the Dharma form again. The jade phosphorus soul fire was already burning and jumping in the mouth of the Dharma form of the dragon. The triple light sacred water was also condensed in the body of the Dharma form of the Dharma form. All that was left was to use all his means to erase Jiao Doran's thought in the stone. However, just as Lu Ping added all his means to the stone, the thought of Jiao Doran hidden in the god stone suddenly disappeared inexplicably. This feeling was as if Lu Ping had punched the air with all his strength. It made him feel terrible. Lu Ping was surprised. Then he suddenly thought of something. His thought and Dharma form returned to his body. He then realized that there was an extremely familiar thought in Lu Ping's heart space. This was the remnant thought of Jiao Daoran, who had taught Lu Ping the condensation method of the triple light sacred water. Lu Ping was still puzzled. Could it be that all the sound stones that contained Jiao Doran's thoughts were not obstructed by Lu Ping, who had cultivated the soaring dragon galaxy technique? If that was the case, didn't it mean that as long as Lu Ping focused on collecting the sound stones that contained Jiao Doran's thoughts in the Dao Altar world, he would be able to obtain the mantra inheritance left behind by Jiao Daoran as he pleased? This speculation was really tempting to Lu Ping. Although Lu Ping felt that it might be due to luck or other reasons, once this thought took root in Lu Ping's mind, it was difficult for Lu Ping to get rid of it. Perhaps he should find some sound stones that contained Jiao Doran's thoughts and try it out. What if it was true? This thought kept popping up in Lu Ping's mind, but Lu Ping eventually suppressed it. At this moment, there were already 5 great cultivators seeking revenge on him in the Dao Altar world. He did not think that he had the strength to fight against 5 of them, so it was better to avoid them at this time. The most important thing now was to take advantage of the special environment of the Dao Altar world to improve his cultivation. There was a water vein sealed around Lu Ping, and with the regulation of the Linglong wine cauldron, he could transform it into a steady stream of pure water spirit qi. He did not rely too much on the rich spirit qi in the Dao Altar world. However, the dual pressure from the spirit qi in the minor kiliacosm was a rare opportunity for Lu Ping. However, the pressure from his current position was not very helpful to Lu Ping. It was better for Lu Ping to continue deeper into the Dao Altar world and cultivate near the Dao Altar ruins. After some thought, Lu Ping turned around and chased after the 5 great cultivators. He followed them from afar. The 5 of them were obviously looking for him. They probably did not expect him to be behind them. For hours later, Lu Ping returned to the place where he suppressed the first sound stone. Someone had obviously come here to investigate, but they did not find anything in the end. The 5 great cultivators did not find him here, so they must have gone to look for other white jade futons. Although Lu Ping wanted to know why Wuxing School was looking for these white jade futons, it was obvious that he would be walking into a tiger's den if he went to face the 5 great cultivators. Therefore, Lu Ping had to suppress this thought. This place had been checked by the cultivators of Wuxing School. Lu Ping expected that they would not come back in a short time, so he used the lotus formation and the cloud sail to set up a closed-door cultivation area with a radius of nearly 1 mile. In this area, any movement would be detected by Lu Ping in advance. Although Lu Ping had made it clear to everyone that this area was his territory, they did not know how many people were in this area and who they were. Therefore, they naturally did not dare to act rashly. Even if something unexpected happened, Lu Ping would have enough time to react. Lu Ping, who was ready for closed-door cultivation, had just summoned Linglong's wine cauldron. Suddenly, an evil smile appeared on his face. I almost forgot that since the 5 great cultivators of Wuxing School and the other 4 schools are looking for someone for revenge, why don't I release the news and let everyone know? This is a really good idea. It would be better if I can also expose the fact that Wuxing School is secretly collecting white jade futons at the cost of a one-time spiritual treasure. This should be enough to attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives. Although I don't know the reason why Wuxing School is collecting white jade futons, others might know about it. Otherwise, Wuxing School would not be so secretive. In any case, the 5 great cultivators didn't know who had leaked these secrets, so they could just make wild guesses. Lu Ping took out all kinds of communication paper cranes, sound-transmitting talismans, sound-transmitting magic swords, and so on. There were about 30 to 40 of them, and he engraved all the information on them. Then he scattered them in all directions of the Taoist altar aimlessly. By then, it would no longer be important who would obtain these items. What was important was that once the news spread out, the 5 cultivators would definitely be regarded as enemies by everyone else. Not to mention whether the 5 Elements sect could continue collecting the white marble cattail hassocks, they might incur the wrath of the public and become the target of everyone. In that case, they would be the ones who would suffer the most. As for the sound-breaking stones, it still depended on luck. Now, with the help of the Dharma form of the dragon, Lu Ping could suppress the thought of the 7th patriarch in the stones. If he used all his strength, he could even wipe out the thought in the stones. However, the crux of the problem was how to find these scattered stones, which ultimately depended on luck. If the Dharma form of the dragon was reminded by the mantra of the 7th patriarch again during the cultivation, especially by Jiao Daoren, Lu Ping might be able to find the approximate location of the stone that produced the mantra. However, if he failed to capture the clear expression of the mantra in the following cultivation, Lu Ping naturally had no other way. After all, he could not dig 3 feet into the ground of the Taoist altar to find it. Chapter 1352. Lu Ping naturally did not know what kind of turmoil his mischievous behavior had brought to the world of the Wei altar. At this time, he was quietly training in the training area that he had occupied. Lu Ping circulated the soaring dragon galaxy art and refined the pure water spiritual energy into his body to improve his cultivation base. More than half a year had passed, and Lu Ping finally felt the long-awaited thrill of his cultivation base growing by leaps and bounds. It was as if his cultivation base was growing by leaps and bounds. Half a year had passed, and Lu Ping finally felt the long-awaited thrill of his cultivation base growing by leaps and bounds. The water vein that was sealed in the Linglong wine cauldron was much stronger than the small vein that Jiang Tianlin had prepared to bring back to the North Sea. Even so, this half a year's time was enough for Lu Ping's level of practice to reach the peak of the mid-Dharma stage. He was only one step away from advancing to the late Dharma stage. Everything was ready except for the last step. But the half of the vein that had been sealed in the Linglong wine cauldron by Lu Ping had dissipated a lot during his training, but there was still more than half of it left. In the world of practice, to directly use a water vein as one's training object was probably something that only Lu Ping could do. Using such an extreme method to train, it was only natural that his level of practice had reached his current level in just over half a year. At this time, Lu Ping's level of practice was already at the peak of the mid-Dharma stage, and after repeated training, Lu Ping even had a feeling that as long as he slightly activated the inner yuan in his body, his divine will would be able to sense that the sky above his head was about to form a thundercloud. This feeling was, of course, not real, but it could also mean that at this time, Lu Ping's level of practice was almost at the peak of the mid-Dharma stage. Other than passing through the second thunder tribulation, there was probably no other way for him to greatly increase his level of practice. In fact, during his closed-door cultivation, Lu Ping had indeed sensed traces of thunder tribulation qi gathering above his head. It was precisely because he sensed the changes in the void above his head that he decisively stopped his cultivation and woke up from his closed-door cultivation. After all, this spirit space was not the world of training that Lu Ping was in, and it was not a real world either. It was just a space created by the 7th patriarch, who had opened up the sky, using a secret technique. Not to mention the fact that this spirit space could withstand the power of Lu Ping's thunder calamity. Even if it could summon the thunder calamity, the power of the thunder calamity would be greatly reduced. In this way, the chances of surviving the thunder calamity would be higher, but after reaching the late Dharma stage his power would also be greatly reduced. Think about it, when a practitioner welcomed the second thunder tribulation full of hope, but suddenly discovered that the power of the thunder tribulation was actually not as strong as the first thunder tribulation when he had advanced to the mid-Dharma stage. After passing through the second thunder tribulation, he discovered that although he had become a great late Dharma adept, his power was not even comparable to that of a mid-Dharma adept. This practitioner might even want to die. Lu Ping circulated the inner yuan in his body and used his divine will to constantly feel the changes in the circulation of the inner yuan in his blood. Of course, during this process, he did not absorb any spirit qi into his inner yuan. Accompanied by the roar of his heart that sounded like a drum, the inner yuan in his blood surged like a river in his veins. When Lu Ping used the soaring dragon galaxy technique with all his might, he could even faintly hear the sound of the surging river a few dozen feet away from him. If it were anyone else, they might even suspect that there was a river passing by nearby. Lu Ping looked up at the starry sky. Although he could see some stars in the world that he was in, it was not like the world in the Tao altar, where he could see a sky full of stars and the Milky Way that stretched across the sky. Some practitioners had long speculated that after the seventh patriarch opened up this world, he had used his remarkable powers to conceal the existence of this world. Therefore, when practitioners looked up at the starry sky at night in this world, they could only vaguely see sparse stars. On the other hand, the Tao altar world was a minor kiliacosm attached to the surface of this world, so it wasn't affected by the seventh ancestor's ability to conceal this world. As a result, any cultivator who entered the minor kiliacosm would be able to see more, brighter, and denser galaxies, in addition to a few scattered stars that were often seen in the cultivation world. The Tao altar world was a minor kiliacosm that was attached to the surface of this world and was not affected by the remarkable powers that the seventh patriarch had used to conceal this world. Therefore, when practitioners entered the minor kiliacosm, they could see more, brighter, and denser galaxies, in addition to a few sparse stars that were often seen in the cultivation world. However, when his cultivation method changed to the soaring dragon galaxy technique, all of Lu Ping's pride and confidence had been extinguished by himself. No matter how strong the inner yuan in one's body was, no matter how thick it was, at most, it was just a raging river. How could it compare to the vast ocean? How could it compare to the Milky Way that stretched across the sky? Everything that had happened before was just him being arrogant. How could the soaring dragon galaxy technique be so superficial? A true divine dragon could only move freely in the vast universe and the endless Milky Way. The one who was truly superficial was still Lu Ping himself. At the Dharma phase, the amount of inner yuan that he could accumulate was at most a river. So what if he became a true soul? At most, it would only be an ocean. To truly achieve the soaring dragon galaxy, did it mean that becoming a true soul was the only thing that could be done? For the first time, Lu Ping had doubts about the cultivation method that he had cultivated. He did not doubt its authenticity, but he suspected that the cultivation method that he had obtained so far might not be the complete one. Although the soaring dragon galaxy technique that Lu Ping had was one of Jiao Doran's 7 true techniques, it was only for Lu Ping to cultivate until he achieved the realm of a divine soul. A divine soul might be able to break free from the shackles of this world, but it was nothing in the face of the boundless starry sky. To truly be able to move freely in this endless starry sky and live up to the name Soaring Dragon Galaxy technique, there must be a continuation of this cultivation method after achieving the divine soul. However, Lu Ping had no way to verify this speculation. Perhaps the 7th patriarch of Kai Tian Kai knew about it, or perhaps Jiao Daoran still had the continuation of the Soaring Dragon Galaxy technique after achieving the divine soul. However, the 7th patriarch of Kai Tian Kai had only left this world a legend from tens of thousands of years ago, so Lu Ping could only sigh helplessly. After cultivating for more than half a year, in addition to the rapid growth of his cultivation, Lu Ping had condensed another 9 drops of triple light sacred water in his core space, forming an even larger floating sea. This opened up a new place for the Dharma power of dragon to play in. He no longer had to chase after the pure yang pearl in his core space. In the process of continuously condensing the triple light sacred water, Lu Ping gradually discovered the many wonderful uses of this item. However, after condensing 12 drops of triple light sacred water, no matter how hard Lu Ping tried to cultivate the triple light sacred water from Jiao Doran's will, he could no longer condense another drop of triple light sacred water. Chapter 1353. There were only 2 months left before the closing of the Tao altar world. Lu Ping had been fortunate enough to capture 3 clear thoughts of splitting the heavens during the past 6 months of cultivation. Compared to the 3 thoughts of splitting the heavens that Lu Ping had captured in just a few days after entering the Dao altar world, Lu Ping's luck was clearly much worse. Perhaps it was because Lu Ping was too focused on cultivation and spent most of his divine thoughts helping to sort out his blood and qi, so he might have inadvertently missed many opportunities. Moreover, the 3 thoughts of splitting the heavens that Lu Ping had captured did not seem to have much enlightenment for Lu Ping. Compared to the 3 thoughts of splitting the heavens that he had captured before, the difference was like heaven and earth. One of the 3 thoughts was the voice of a female cultivator. She spoke a few words about the cultivation of spirit herbs. It seemed that it came from the stone chime that the Luan Taoist was sitting on. Although Lu Ping had some expertise in the cultivation of spirit herbs, he could not comprehend anything from these simple words. It was a pity that the few Dharma manifestation stage wood phoenixes that Lu Ping had recently received could not enter the Dao altar world. Otherwise, if they had heard the words of the Luan Taoist, they might have immediately regarded them as treasures. Moreover, their cultivation of spirit herbs would immediately usher in leaps and bounds. However, Lu Ping still memorized the few words of the Luan Taoist. Without the Luan Taoist's original explanation, it would have lacked that kind of sudden enlightenment. When the time came, he would give these words to the wood phoenixes to comprehend on their own. He did not know how much of the essence they would be able to figure out. The other thought of splitting the heavens that Lu Ping had captured should have come from Ape Taoist. The voice spoke very quickly and seemed to be a little impatient. Perhaps it was because the cultivators listening to him could not understand his method of speech, so he had to explain with a trace of impatience. Well, these words should be explaining the cultivation secrets of a type of staff technique. Moreover, many of these secrets do not correspond to the type of staff technique explained by Ape Taoist. Instead, they seem to be common to most staff techniques. Naturally, Lu Ping wasn't proficient in staff techniques. This kind of technique had almost become the symbol of the Wise Ape clan. If these words were given to the Wise Ape clan, they would probably be treasured and kept as an important heritage of the clan. Lu Ping had some friendship with the 3rd-generation Yao cultivator of the Wise Apes, Yuan Long. The two had discussed methods together for many days and were quite impressed by each other's cultivation achievements. Most of Lu Ping's dabbling in staff techniques came from that time. If he could give these words of Ape Taoist to Yuan Long in the future, he would definitely earn a big favor from the boy. The 3rd thought that Lu Ping had captured was more or less useful to Lu Ping. This should have come from Ape Taoist's divine sense. It was actually talking about the extremely rare technique of alchemy, the external pill transformation. Although this pill externalization technique was rooted in the absolute proficiency of an alchemist in the refining process of a certain kind of elixir, the occurrence of this phenomenon was mostly related to luck. Even most alchemists who mastered a certain kind of elixir externalization secret technique didn't know the reason for mastering this elixir secret technique. Therefore, whenever an alchemist accidentally grasped the technique of forming a pill outside of a pill while refining a certain pill, it would be known as the alchemist's fortune, and this pill would also be known as the alchemist's fortune pill. Speaking of which, Lu Ping himself had mastered the external pill transformation technique. Not long after Lu Ping had become an alchemy grandmaster, he had unintentionally refined 12 blood-condensing pills while demonstrating alchemy to the disciples of Zhenling Side Hall. Thus, the blood-condensing pills became Lu Ping's fortune pill. As a direct result of this incident, half of Zhenling's blood-condensing pill refining task fell on Lu Ping's shoulders. Even after Lu Ping had become a grandmaster alchemist and become one of the best alchemists in the cultivation world, Fornax Laozu still did not lower the responsibility of Lu Ping's blood-condensing pill refining task. However, Taoist Gui's spiritual power didn't explain the reason for this phenomenon. Instead, he listed the names of the 13 types of natural spirit fires in an uncertain tone. He then said that alchemists who used the 13 types of natural spirit fires seemed to be more likely to have this phenomenon in the process of pill concoction, but the probability of this phenomenon was only slightly higher. Other types of natural spirit fires might also have this phenomenon, but compared with the 13 types of natural spirit fires, the probability of this phenomenon was slightly lower. Lu Ping memorized the names of these 13 types of natural fires. Among them, only one was of the black grade, which was none other than the blue spirit fire, the high-grade black-grade fire that Lu Ping had used before. Back then, when Lu Ping concocted the blood-condensing pill, he had used the blue spirit fire. When he saw the blue spirit fire, Lu Ping, who had been skeptical before, instantly believed Taoist Gui's speculation. He promised himself that when he returned to the sect, he would definitely ask the Pill Pavilion to collect as many natural fires as possible according to these 13 types of natural fires as possible. These 13 types of natural fires were all suitable for refining pills. Therefore, even if Taoist Gui's speculation was wrong, Ji Hao wouldn't lose anything. However, once his speculation was correct, Zhenling would have a few more alchemists who had mastered the external pill transformation technique. Over time, Zhenling would be able to save a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Among the 13 types of natural fires, except for the blue spirit fire, which was of the black grade, among the other 12 types of natural fires, 6 were of the earth grade, 1 was of the low grade, 3 were of the earth grade, and 2 were of the earth grade. Unfortunately, Lu Ping had only heard of these 6 types of natural fires. 5 were of the heaven grade, 2 were of the low grade, 1 was of the heaven grade, and 2 were of the heaven grade. Unfortunately, Lu Ping had never owned any of these 5 types of natural fires. Apart from the blue spirit fire, there was also a special type of natural fire. This type of fire could grow by devouring other types of natural fires, and as its grade increased, the flame of this type of fire would grow larger as well. With every grade, the flame would grow larger by 1 inch, which was why this type of fire was called the few inches spirit fire. This strange fire was none other than the exotic fire in Lu Ping's hand. When Lu Ping caught this fire when it first appeared on Scarlet Mist Island, it was only a 4-inch flame of the earth grade. Later, after devouring several types of natural fires, it had grown into a 6-inch flame of the earth grade, the high grade. He didn't expect that this type of fire could easily transform pills into pills in the process of alchemy, and Taoist Gui emphasized that this type of fire had the highest possibility of transforming pills into pills. Back then, Taoist Gui had cultivated a 1-inch flame of the heaven grade, the 9 inches spirit fire into the high grade, the heaven grade. During the process of the spirit fire's growth, Taoist Gui often used the spirit fire to refine pills. In the end, Taoist Gui alone mastered the external pill transformation technique for 7 types of pills. Lu Ping's heart was burning with excitement. All along, Lu Ping knew that this type of spirit fire had a very high success rate in concocting medicinal pellets of the same grade as the other spirit flames. But Lu Ping was reluctant to feed the spirit fire to the spirit fire to improve its grade. Also, Lu Ping had the silver spirit fire that had a very high success rate in concocting medicinal pellets. Hence, he only nurtured the spirit fire to the earth grade high grade 6-inch spirit fire. But now, it seemed that compared to the external pill transformation pill that appeared on several kinds of high-grade spirit pills, losing a few decent heaven and earth spirit fires to increase its grade didn't seem so painful. After sorting out what he had gained from this round of closed-door training, Lu Ping spread his divine will out in all directions to see if anyone was hiding. Only then did he realize that the past 6 months of training had increased Lu Ping's divine will once again. His divine will could now cover a radius of 13 miles. This place was already deep in the area where late Dharma adepts could descend. The divine will of adepts had been compressed to 1/10 of its original strength, which meant that under normal circumstances, Lu Ping's divine will could cover a radius of 30 miles. When Lu Ping had entered the world of the Tao altar, he had been guided by Jiao Doran's will. His divine will had achieved a breakthrough and increased to 60 miles in one go. He had originally thought that this would be a bottleneck, but he didn't expect that after 6 months of closed-door training, his divine will had once again expanded to 10 miles. The auspicious clouds that covered a radius of a mile all converged into a small flag in Lu Ping's hand. Then, circles of white spirit light appeared on the ground and shrank toward the center. Finally, under Lu Ping's feet, it formed a white jade lotus the size of a wash basin and disappeared into Lu Ping's core space. Lu Ping smiled at a pile of dirt on the left and said, "Junior brother Yin, your secret technique of concealment has improved greatly again." Behind a 3-foot-tall mound about 50 to 60 feet away, Yin Tianchu's figure gradually appeared. His expression was very ugly as he said, "Senior brother, please don't make fun of me. Just like last time, you saw through me with just one look." Lu Ping shook his head and said, "If it was before we entered the Tao Altar's world, it would have been extremely difficult for junior martial brother Yin to discover your presence with your current art of concealment. But after half a year in the Tao Altar's world, junior martial brother Yin, although you've improved tremendously, my divine sense has also experienced a breakthrough. Hence, I can see through your art of concealment again." Yin Tianchu nodded, and his expression became a little better. Lu Ping could see that Yin Tianchu had not only made great progress in his secret technique of concealment, but also that his aura, which was unstable because he had just broken through to the mid-Dharma stage not long ago, had been stabilized after more than half a year of hard work. Furthermore, his cultivation had also improved significantly. It seemed that he had gained a lot in the world of the Tao Altar. "Did you receive the message I sent before I went into seclusion? How are Uncle Tiancheng and the other 2 early Dharma adepts?" Although the news of the 5 great adepts joining forces to seek revenge in the world of the Tao Altar had been spread randomly by Lu Ping using 30 to 40 different communication tools, Lu Ping had specially sent Yin Tianchu and the other Jinling adepts a few secret talismans from his sect, informing them of the cause of the matter. This was to prevent the 5 great adepts from venting their anger on the other adepts of the sect if they could not find him. Chapter 1354. Lu Ping had used the sect's secret talismans to inform a few of the sect's cultivators about this matter. Even his best friends, Xie Tianyang, Sang Yu, and the others, did not use the talismans to inform them. Firstly, the 5 people might not rush to find trouble with them. Secondly, Lu Ping really did not want too many people to know that he was the one who discovered the secret alliance of the 5 people. However, Lu Ping did not know that the 30 to 40 talismans he had randomly distributed had very quickly caused an uproar in the world of the Taoist altar. There were only a total of 150 cultivators in the world of the Taoist altar, and among them, there were only 50 late Dharma great cultivators. There was no need for Lu Ping to explain what it meant for the 5 great cultivators to join forces to seek revenge. Even if some people suspected that someone was secretly spreading rumors, most people who were lucky enough to be notified by Lu Ping's talismans would rather believe that it was true than not. Even some cultivators who had nothing to do with these sects had no choice but to call their friends in the world of the Taoist altar and temporarily form a loose alliance just in case. This also caused the news of the 5 great cultivators joining forces to spread further and further in the world of the Taoist altar. In fact, just as Lu Ping had scattered the talismans, the 5 people had just used the spirit treasure on the other side of the ruins of the Taoist altar with Lu Ping. Under the surprised gaze of great cultivators surnamed Gu, they had once again obtained a white marble cattail hassock. This is already the 4th one. As long as we find one more, it will be a success. Yuntian Laozu of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion finally could not help but ask, "My friend Shouheng, what is the purpose of your sect collecting these white marble cattails?" Shouheng Laozu's expression was a little awkward. Yundan Laozu saw this and hurriedly laughed, saying, "I have no intention of exploring the secrets of your sect's inheritance. If you find it difficult, please don't say it." Guardian Laozu was about to thank Yuntian Laozu for his understanding, but his senior brother Guda was clearly rather excited because he was about to succeed. He said, "It's actually not a secret, so it's fine if I tell you." Shou Laozu wanted to say something to stop them. However, after considering it for a moment, he decided against it in the end. The great cultivator surnamed Gu, who was standing beside him, said, "Although the 6 great Holy Lands have never acknowledged it, the legacy of pure young cultivators from the 6 great Holy Lands has never been severed since the opening of the heavens. The world of cultivation has long since speculated that the 6 great Holy Lands possess some method to strengthen their cultivators' ability to overcome the 3rd lightning tribulation. That is why they are able to ensure the number of pure young cultivators in every generation." Looking at Yuntian Laozu's group of 3, Cultivator Guda smiled proudly and said, "You guessed correctly. Although this method isn't as miraculous as you think, the 6 holy lands do have such a shortcut." Spirit Void Laozu swallowed and pointed at the white jade cattail hassock in Cultivator Guda's hand, saying, "So, this white jade cattail hassock." "Hee hee, that's right." Cultivator Guda smiled proudly and said, "This white jade cattail hassock is a part of the inheritance method that our sect has mastered, and this method is only available in our Wuxing school. If it were any other sect, even if we told them the whole method, they wouldn't be able to succeed." "Why what?" Spirit Void Laozu stared straight at Cultivator Guda and asked. "Haha, because of the cauldron of heaven and earth." Cultivator Guda laughed and said, "Only the cauldron of heaven and earth can do this." Although Spirit Void and the other 2 had already guessed the result, they could not help but feel discouraged when they learned the real reason. At the same time, they looked as if they had suddenly realized something. The cauldron of heaven and earth, no wonder. At this time, Cultivator Guda seemed to be more and more complacent. He then asked, "Do you know the origin of these white jade cattail hassock?" Wujia Laozu of the Taishin sect thought of something and said, "Could it be that the origin of these white jade cattail hassock has something to do with the cauldron of heaven and earth? No, with Taoist ape?" Cultivator Guda glanced at Wujia Laozu and nodded with a smile. "Exactly. In the cultivation world, it is said that the Tao of formations was passed down to Jiao Daoren, but it is not certain that the 7th patriarch of Heaven Splitter did not have others who know about other Tao formations. Perhaps they were not as proficient as Jiao Daoren, but the spirit guiding formation left behind by Taoist ape is clearly different from the Tao formation inheritance system in the cultivation world. This is also the reason why white jade cattail hassock has appeared in the cultivation world long ago, but no formation grandmaster has been able to replicate it." Everyone suddenly understood. Wujia Laozu looked at Cultivator Guda's proud expression and his heart thumped. He smiled and said, "In that case, I'm afraid I have to congratulate fellow Taoist Gu and fellow Taoist Shouheng. I'm afraid that not long after we leave the Tao altar world, we will hear about the 2 of you advancing to the pure yang stage." Shouheng Laozu's face flashed with sadness, but he quickly hid it and said, "My cultivation is not as good as Brother Gu, so I am not qualified to receive this kind of inheritance." Shouheng Laozu saw that Cultivator Guda was talking excitedly and was afraid that he would reveal other secrets of the Wuxing school. Although these things could not be carried out without the cauldron of heaven and earth, it was not good to let outsiders know too much. So he said, "Fellow Taoist Lingshu, didn't I hear that you found a great practitioner from the Qixia sect? The Qixia sect has always been against the spiritual force sect in the cultivation world of Hebei. This is our chance." Since the death of a great practitioner and several Dharma adepts in the Yingyu swamp more than 100 years ago, the spiritual force sect's vitality was greatly damaged, and the plan to advance to a large sect encountered a great setback. Fortunately, the spiritual force sect had a good foundation. Later, with the help of the Taishin sect and the Wuxing school, they quickly recovered. Soon, Lingshu Laozu advanced to the late Dharma stage, and the spiritual force sect regained the power of a quasi-large sect. However, over the years, in order to prevent the spiritual force sect from advancing to a large sect, the sects in the cultivation world of Hebei secretly formed alliances and constantly fought against the spiritual force sect. The Qixia sect was the leading sect among the sects of various sizes that had formed an alliance in secret, and the great cultivator ancestor Xiamingfu was the only great cultivator of the Qixia sect. Sure enough, Lingshu Laozu immediately stood up after hearing Shouheng Laozu's words and said, "I almost forgot something important. This Xiamingfu also found the old man at that time. Don't take the opportunity to escape." Shouheng Laozu smiled and said, "It's okay. At that time, Master Lingshu had already shown weakness and avoided the 4 of us. I think that Xiamingfu found a place to practice and is not willing to leave easily. We will go around from a distance and surround him from different directions. By the time he finds us, it will be too late." Lingshu Laozu's face turned red, and he coughed and said, "Great, let's do it. This time, let's see where this old thing can run to. We must make this person live." under the joint attack of the 5 people, even though Xia Mingfu Laozu was also a great practitioner at the late Dharma stage, he was still captured alive after being seriously injured. Then, Lingshu Laozu smashed the source of the Dharma with a smirk. Even though the 5 of them were all old demons who were used to killing, it was inevitable that they would be a little uneasy when they saw a cultivator of the same level end up like this. Erase his divine will. Shouheng Laozu turned around and walked out. Lingshu Laozu had already clenched his teeth and slapped Xiamingfu Laozu's head. Suddenly, he heard Shouheng Laozu exclaim in a low voice, "Oh no, someone is coming." Lingshu Laozu panicked, but he still shattered the captured person's divine will with one palm. Xiamingfu, whose face was full of resentment, suddenly became dumbfounded. "Let's go." The 5 dignified great practitioners quickly left like stray dogs. What the 5 of them didn't know was that just 2 hours later, another great cultivator from the Hebei cultivation world, who was also a great cultivator from the Qixia sect who had lost his soul force and his cultivation base, was still there. However, he had already lost his mind and found a few Dharma adepts who had gathered together because of Lu Ping's message charm. The old man went too late. Originally, I thought that Brother Xia, as a great practitioner, should be the safest among us, so the old man informed you in advance. But the old man never thought. A ferocious-looking mid-Dharma old man suddenly stood up and said, "Senior, is it really the 5 of them?" The great practitioner calmed down and said, "It should be right." In fact, the old man did not discover their identity. At that time, he only touched them with his divine will and they left in a panic. But there is no doubt that there are 5 of them. Think about it, over the years, more than 10 sects of the Hebei world of practitioners, big and small, have joined forces to fight against the spiritual martial sect, and Brother Xia and the old man are the leaders. If you want to say who hates Brother Xia and the old man the most, it must be the people of the spiritual martial sect. The message talisman said that among the 5 of them is Ling Su of the spiritual martial sect, so it can't be wrong. They really dared to do such a thing in this Tao altar world. At the end of his speech, the great practitioner's face was full of anger. A dignified great practitioner had ended up in such a stupid state. At the very least, the Qixia sect would definitely decline in the future. The ferocious-looking old man from before said, "Despicable. Wuxing School, Taishan sect, and Feiyun Pavilion, which one of them is not a famous sect in the world of practitioners? Even the spiritual martial sect is a quasi-large sect. I didn't expect them to be so despicable. No, I have to inform all the practitioners in the Tao altar world about this as soon as possible. If everyone joins forces, I don't believe that the 5 of them can overturn the sky." The old man's enraged words immediately caused the cultivators from Hebei to cheer loudly. The great cultivator who brought Xia Mingfu back pondered for a moment before saying, "That's the only way. We're no match for those 5 people." However, the message talisman that I intercepted back then was clearly deliberately leaked by someone. In that case, it's impossible for that person to only send out one message talisman. I presume that many people in the Tao altar have already learned of this matter by now. What we need to do is to bring fellow Taoists here along and prove to everyone that the message talisman is absolutely true. Chapter 1355. So for the past 6 months, these 5 people have been very miserable? It was not easy for Yin Tianchu to recount everything that had happened in the Tao altar world for the past 6 months. After all, they are 5 great practitioners. Although the practitioners in the Tao altar world have joined forces, they have their own groups, selfish motives, and suspicions. It is not easy to completely destroy these 5 people. Moreover, after these 5 people realized that things were not going well, they did not dare to act alone. They hid again and again, focusing on escaping. No one can stop 5 late Dharma adepts. Lu Ping nodded. This Tao altar world was not small. If these 5 people had decided to escape, it would not be easy to catch up or kill them. That's right. The other disciples of these 4 sects who entered the Tao altar world are in trouble. Lu Ping was stunned. Only then did he realize that these 4 sects were not easy to deal with. These 5 great practitioners were not the only ones who could enter the Tao altar world. Wuxing School has 4 early and mid-Dharma adepts who entered the Tao altar world. 2 of them have already been destroyed. Only Huo Wuliang and Xue Jiro managed to escape and meet up with the other 5. I heard that 2 people from the Taixin sect have also been destroyed. They met Xiahou Wushang, and from his tone, it seems that he was soul-searched by Qingli Laozu. I don't know about the people from the Feiyun Pavilion, but I don't think they are any better. But this time, the spiritual martial sect only sent 2 early Dharma adepts, but they were captured by the angry practitioners of Hebei and chopped into human swine. Lu Ping's eyes widened. That's too much. Human swine, that was a form of torture where one's limbs were chopped off, eyes dug out, ears cut off, and tongue cut off. It was simply inhumane. Yin Tianchu's tone was still calm as he said, I heard that it was done by the only early Dharma adept from the Qi Xia sect who entered the Tao altar world. Their own Laozu has been destroyed, and it is only a matter of time before the Qi Xia sect falls. If it were not for the fact that killing in the Tao altar world is equivalent to perishing together, he would have been killed long ago. Lu Ping didn't know what to say. After a while, he said, By the way, where are Martial Uncle Tiancheng and the others now? Yin Tianchu said, He was with the cultivators of the Profound Sky sect. Since something like this happened, all the cultivators who entered the Tao altar world have gathered together. Cultivators and sects who are on good terms with each other have gathered again. Lu Ping nodded and felt relieved. But he still asked in surprise, How did you find this place? Aren't you with Martial Uncle Tiancheng? Yin Tianchu said, I was also suspicious, but I've seen the cloud formed by your sail before. I heard that a great cultivator was openly setting up a formation here to cultivate in seclusion, so I came to take a look out of curiosity. I didn't think it would really be you here. Lu Ping knew that Yin Tianchu rarely liked crowds. Tiancheng, Laozu, and the others were together with the cultivators of the Profound Sky sect. Yin Tianchu was naturally impatient, so he wandered around the Tao altar world alone. Lu Ping thought of something and asked, By the way, did you find the Sound Stone and have the opportunity to inherit the will of the 7th Patriarch? Yin Tianchu turned his wrist, and 2 Sound Stone stones and a jade scroll appeared in his hand. He said, During the process of cultivation, I heard 3 phrases of the 7th Patriarch's will, but it was not very useful. It was not very compatible with my cultivation. I did get 2 Sound Stone stones, but the will of the 7th Patriarch contained in them is not something I can deal with. It's up to you. Oh, by the way, the Jade Scroll also recorded the contents of 4 mantras that Martial Uncle Tiancheng and the others obtained, as well as their respective understandings. Lu Ping took the 2 stones and threw a Jade Scroll to him. He said, I heard 5 mantras, see if they are useful to you. But like you, I only got 2 stones. In fact, Lu Ping had obtained 6 mantras, but the origin of the Soaring Dragon Galaxy technique was a little surprising. Moreover, when Lu Ping entered the Tao altar world, Jiao Dorans will only said the words Soaring Dragon Galaxy technique. Even if he told Junling and the others, they would be confused, so it was better not to say it. 5 mantras? So many. Lu Ping did not know that 5 mantras could surprise Yin Tianchu so much, so he asked curiously, Many? Yin Tianchu rolled his eyes and said, I obtained 3 mantras, which made Martial Uncle Tiancheng and the others, as well as the people from the Heavenly Mystic sect and the Heavenly Moon sect, envious. Martial Uncle Tiancheng obtained 2 mantras, Senior Brother Lu and Lady each obtained 1 mantra, which made their trip worthwhile. The mantras of the 7th Patriarch have always been based on luck. It's good enough to obtain 1 or 2 mantras in a year. Even if you're unlucky, it's normal to not hear a single mantra. Among the cultivators from the 3 sects, apart from me, only Chao Jianpain obtained 3 mantras. Oh, Lu Ping replied and nodded, not caring at all. Instead, he used his mind to probe the 2 sound-crushing stones that Yin Tianchu had given him. One of the 2 stones should have come from Taoist Hu's Tao altar, and the other must have come from Jiao Doran's Tao altar. When Lu Ping first got his hands on it, the familiar feeling was enough for him to confirm it. Seeing Lu Ping's calm expression, Yin Tianchu couldn't help but ask, Don't tell me you're able to suppress the thoughts in these stones. This is something that most great cultivators can't do. Out of the 3 sound-crushing stones that the heavenly Xian sect obtained, only one of them was suppressed by Qing Li Laozu and obtained the mantras recorded in it. He can't do anything about the other 2. As for the heavenly moon sect, 2 of the 4 stones were suppressed, and the 2 great cultivators from the heavenly moon sect can't do anything about the remaining 2. Suppressing the thoughts of the 7th patriarch in the stones still depended on one's strength. However, in the situation where pure yang cultivators couldn't enter the Tao altar, suppressing the thoughts in the stones could only depend on luck. Lu Ping said casually, "I've already erased the thoughts in the 2 stones I obtained." Erased? Erased? Yin Tianchu couldn't remain calm again. Suppressing and erasing were 2 completely different concepts. As long as he was with this guy, he felt that his calm mind would always be disturbed by this guy. However, Yin Tianchu quickly became happy and said, "Suppressing the thoughts inside will allow us to obtain the mantras of the 7th patriarch. If you can directly erase them, doesn't that mean that we can bring the 2 sound-crushing stones out?" Lu Ping grunted and then asked, "How many sound-crushing stones do Marshal Uncle Tian Cheng and the others have?" Yin Tianchu said with some regret, "Only Senior Lu picked up one. The sound-crushing stones weren't that easy to find. Many of the stones were scattered in the Tao altar world, and some were even buried deep underground. Although the Tao altar world was only a small kiliacosm, it was still extremely vast. No one would dig 3 feet into the ground for the sound-crushing stones that couldn't be brought out of the Tao altar world." The 2 people from the heavenly profound sect talked as they walked. Unknowingly, the pressure around Yin Tianchu suddenly increased again. His divine thoughts were already compressed to 1/15 of what they were originally. Yin Tianchu then realized and said, "Where are we going?" Lu Ping didn't stop and said, "Let's go to the Tao altar ruins to take a look." Chapter 1356. What's so interesting about the Tao altar ruins? Yin Tianchu asked in confusion. The ruins of the Tao altar were located at the very center of the Tao altar world. Back then, the 7 heaven-splitting patriarchs had erected 7 Tao altars made of 49 gigantic sound divine rocks in the center of the Tao altar world. The 7 heaven-splitting patriarchs had then opened their altars and preached on them. The 49 musical divine stones recorded the contents of the 7th patriarch's lectures. The original intention was that after the 7th patriarch left the Tao altar world, future cultivators could still obtain the inheritance of the 7th patriarch through the musical divine stones. This was originally a good deed of the 7th patriarch to benefit the entire cultivation world. However, after the 7th patriarch suddenly disappeared from the cultivation world, the Tao altar world also suddenly closed. When the pure yang cultivators of the cultivation world found a way to open the Tao altar world, the cultivators who entered discovered that the 7 towering Tao altars in the center of the Tao altar world had long collapsed. The shattered musical divine stones were scattered in every corner of the Tao altar world. There was really nothing interesting about the Tao altar ruins. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu looked at the 7 huge pits that were about 20 to 30 feet deep and more than 100 feet wide. There was only soil inside. Although the Tao altar had collapsed and the rubble was scattered in every corner of the Tao altar world, the area near the Tao altar was still the place with the most rubble. The mantra of the 7th patriarch recorded in the stone chiming stones was also blocked by the will of the 7th patriarch. However, the cultivators quickly discovered the wondrous use of the stone chiming stones. Thus, the cultivators of the human and demon races who entered the Tao altar quickly fought over the stone chiming stones. The battle resulted in heavy casualties for both the human and demon races. Furthermore, the place where the Tao altar originally stood had been dug into 7 huge pits, all for the purpose of digging out the rubble that was buried within. However, when the world of the Tao altar closed and they were about to leave and bring the rubble out of the world of the Tao altar, all the spatial magic items that contained the rubble suddenly exploded. Countless rubble, along with the various cultivation resources, magic treasures, and magic items they had collected in their storage magic items, were scattered in the world of the Tao altar. When they realized that something was wrong, they had already appeared outside the world of the Tao altar. Similar incidents occurred several times during the subsequent openings of the Tao altar. The cultivators of the human and demon clans tried everything they could, but in the end, they were still unable to bring most of the stones out of the Tao altar. The reason why it was the majority was that there were still some gravel that was brought out. However, these gravel had a common characteristic. They did not contain the protective consciousness of the seventh patriarch. Without the protective consciousness, the mantra of the seventh patriarch would naturally dissipate, leaving only a few simple and plain mantras like jade slips. How useful would that be? As for the stone itself, although it was an extremely rare spiritual material in the world of cultivation, this spiritual material itself did not have much use. It was just rare. Even so, the cultivators who entered the world of the Tao altar world still tried to bring the stone out. Even if only the plain content of the seventh patriarch speech was left, it was still possible to make a set of inheritance out of it. Later on, some cultivators discovered that as long as they suppressed and erased the protective will of the seventh patriarch within the space of the Tao altar, they would be able to bring the gravel out of the space. Although it would lack the artistic conception of the seventh patriarch speech, they would still be able to bring out the contents of 2 or 3 mantras. However, these people were quickly disappointed. Most of the late Dharma adepts could not even suppress the protective consciousness of the seventh patriarch in the stone, let alone erase it. Even if there was a very lucky cultivator who obtained a stone with a weak protective consciousness, after he finally managed to erase the protective consciousness inside, he sadly discovered that he had accidentally erased the mantras recorded in the stone. Then what was the use of this so-called divine stone? Was it to be used as an antique or to be made into a jade scroll? Jade scrolls were like the paper that mortals used. Using the divine stone to make jade scrolls would at most raise the quality of toilet paper to that of rice paper. What was the point of that? Lu Ping looked at the 7 huge pits in front of him and laughed bitterly. There's really nothing to see here. Let's go. When Yin Tianchu saw Lu Ping closing his eyes, he sensed a majestic divine sense surging out from Lu Ping's body and spreading out in all directions. Then, Lu Ping suddenly changed directions. He couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going this time?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "You'll know when we get there." After leaving the 7 huge pits and walking east for 4 or 5 miles, Lu Ping mumbled to himself, "It should be around here, but where exactly?" Yin Tianchu asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" Without looking up, Lu Ping answered, "Divine stone." The curiosity on Yin Tianchu's face deepened. "You know where they are?" Lu Ping did not answer directly. Instead, he confirmed a place and hit the ground with his palm. Boom! A 3-foot pit instantly formed in the ground. Weeds and dust flew everywhere. At the same time, a fist-sized stone flew out from the pit and rolled to the side. "Hey, there really is one?" Yin Tianchu did not see the strange look on Lu Ping's face. He stepped forward and grabbed the stone in his hand. If it was not the divine stone, what else could it be? Yin Tianchu handed the stone to Lu Ping, but saw Lu Ping's face filled with doubt. Yin Tianchu asked, "What? Isn't this the divine stone?" Lu Ping's primordial energy seeped into the stone like a fine mist, then he nodded and shook his head. "It is, but not this one." This time, Lu Ping didn't wait for Yin Tianchu to ask again. Instead, he slammed his palm into the newly excavated 3-foot hole. A muffled sound rang out and another cloud of soil sprayed up. The 3-foot hole suddenly expanded to 5 feet in diameter, and the 1-foot depth also expanded to 3 feet. Yin Tianchu said, "There is a divine stone buried underground?" Lu Ping was a little uncertain. "There might be. Let's dig a hole and see." As he spoke, he struck out with his palm again. Yin Tianchu immediately said, "There really is." He reached out and grabbed a stone that was slightly smaller than before from the flying soil. This time, there was no need for Lu Ping to check. Yin Tianchu copied Lu Ping and attached a white icy mist to the stone. Yin Tianchu looked happy. He opened his mouth to say something, but Lu Ping's familiar voice had already fallen into their ears. This is Jiao Doran's mantra." After the voice finished, the two of them stood there without moving for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. All their minds were used to comprehend the mantra that Jiao Doran had said. Lu Ping nodded. "Not bad. Moreover, it is a commentary on the ice dragon race's cultivation method. Although it is only 3 to 5 sentences, you must have gained a lot, right? Yin Tianchu revealed a rare smile. Then he solemnly said, I gained a lifetime of benefits. However, Lu Ping soon asked with a strange question, you suppressed the Jiao Doran's protective intent in this stone? Yin Tianchu was stunned. No, my true essence had just seeped in when Jiao Doran's mantra sounded. Yin Tianchu once again sent his true essence into the stone, trying to suppress the protective intent in it. But this time, he was unable to suppress the Jiao Doran's protective intent. Lu Ping thought for a while and said, sometimes, it really depends on fate. The fourth palm hit. The pit was already 10 feet deep. This time, not only Yin Tianchu, but even Lu Ping was stunned. Because this time, what flew out of the pit was not soil, but a rain of gravel. Walala, 7 or 8 pieces of chiming gravel flew out. Yin Tianchu was dumbfounded. So many. Lu Ping touched his chin. He also had a look of disbelief. This seems to be a place where someone buried the chiming gravel. We accidentally found it. Someone? Who could it be? Yin Tianchu quickly realized that he had asked a stupid question. The gravel was buried so deep. It was obviously not buried by the cultivators of the Tao Altar's world. It could not even be buried by the cultivators who entered the Tao Altar's world after it opened a few hundred years ago. Then the origin of this pile of gravel was not worth thinking about. In any case, it was undoubtedly a fallen senior cultivator. The two of them hurriedly put away the 8 pieces of gravel. Lu Ping looked at them one by one. His face showed a trace of disappointment. Lu Ping's expression did not escape Yin Tianchu's attention. He asked curiously, what are you looking for? Lu Ping's fifth palm hit. A pile of soil flew out. There was not a single chiming gravel. He said, a very important chiming gravel. When I first entered the Tao Altar's world, I heard a Jiao Daoran mantra. The mantra's aura was very strong and gave me great inspiration. It even pointed me in the general direction of the mantra. At first, I thought it was the Tao Altar's ruins. But when I got there, I realized that I was slightly off course. So, I found this place. As he spoke, the sixth palm hit the pit 10 feet deep. However, there was still no sign of the chiming gravel. Yin Tianchu did not know what to say. He could determine the location of the chiming gravel from the Tao Altar's world. After all, after the collapse of the Tao Altar, he had never heard of anyone using this method to find the chiming gravel. After the seventh palm hit, the pit was 4 feet deep. There was still no gravel flying out. After the eighth palm hit, the pit was 5 feet deep. Yin Tianchu said, it can't be wrong, right? It's so deep. Who would be so bored to bury the chiming gravel so deep? However, before Yin Tianchu could finish, Lu Ping suddenly had a happy expression. He jumped to the bottom of the pit. Yin Tianchu bent down to look at the bottom of the pit. He saw Lu Ping squatting down and using his hand to wipe the bottom of the pit. A foot-long broken stone with decorative patterns appeared. If it wasn't the chiming gravel, what was it? What is this? Yin Tianchu was naturally not asking about the chiming gravel. He was asking what the gravel was used for on the Tao altar. Lu Ping did not raise his head. He pondered for a moment before saying, this is most likely one of the broken stones at the base of the Jiao Daoran Tao altar. Chapter 1357. Looking at the broken stone, Yin Tianchu was a little bewildered and said, such a large piece of broken stone, the protective intent of the Jiao Daoran wouldn't have increased as well, would it? If you can erase the intent inside and bring such a large piece of broken stone back to the sect, wouldn't it be enough to forge 2 or 3 complete sea bells? Lu Ping shook his head and said, no, this broken stone will not be used to forge the sea bells. I want to keep this piece of broken stone for myself. Yin Tianchu didn't mind and said, then it's up to you. In any case, you discovered it yourself. However, this broken stone really does look like a pedestal that has been smashed. The carvings on the 2 smooth cross-sections are very interesting. Hey, look at the carvings. Doesn't it look like your Dharma idol? But it's really strange. The carvings should look like a true spirit flood dragon. But why does it look so strange? Yin Tianchu had seen Lu Ping's Dharma idol true body before. Lu Ping nodded and said, "That's not a flood dragon, it's a dragon." "Dragon? What is a dragon? How come I've never heard of it? Is it a type of flood dragon bloodline?" Lu Ping really wanted to say that flood dragon was a type of dragon bloodline, and a low-level one at that. It wouldn't even be recognized by the dragon race. But in the end, he explained, the two are of the same origin but different species, just like the ice dragon and flood dragon. Indendu came to a sudden realization and said, "That's what I said. Since our ice dragon bloodline exists outside of the 7 great heaven-splitting bloodlines, there might be other races that don't belong to the 7 great heaven-splitting bloodlines." In Yin Tianchu's view, Lu Ping's analogy naturally put the dragon in the position of the ice dragon. But Lu Ping was too lazy to explain. These things would only become more troublesome if explained clearly. Yin Tianchu saw that Lu Ping was focusing all his energy on the so-called stone at the base of the Tao altar, so he asked, "Where are we going next?" Lu Ping was trying to use his zhenqi to seep into the stone, but he found that the protective intent contained in this stone was far greater than that of the other stones. Lu Ping estimated that even if he summoned his Dharma idol, he might not be able to suppress the intent within it. If that was the case, it would be a problem for him to take this stone out of the Tao altar world. When he suddenly heard Yin Tianchu's question, Lu Ping was stunned as well, and then he said, "Naturally, we've met up with Marshal Uncle Tian Cheng and the others." Yin Tianchu asked hesitantly, "You're not going to search anymore? That's 10 sonic shatstones in a short period of time, and it's 11 if you include the one you possess. Coupled with the 1 senior brother Lu possessed and the 4 you possess, it's a total of 16 sonic shatstones. If we're able to find another 16, then the sect will be able to refine 4 ocean bells in one go and form a defensive formation, causing its might to multiply. At that time, we wouldn't have to fear the calamity of all heaven." Lu Ping laughed involuntarily and said, "I was just lucky this time. Even I didn't know that this was the place where a senior cultivator buried the sound-crushing stones. If we want to find another place like this, we will need heaven-defying luck. Are we really going to dig 3 feet into this Tao altar world?" Yin Tianchu also felt that he was a little ridiculous. The two of them stopped talking about the sound-crushing stones and began to move towards where Tian Qing, Lao Zu and the others were. The two of them walked for more than 10 miles, but Lu Ping suddenly stretched out his hand and blocked Yin Tianchu's path. The moment Lu Ping stretched out his hand, Yin Tianchu's entire body began to turn illusory. The two of them cooperated very well. Just now, when Lu Ping scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, an unfamiliar divine sense suddenly retreated as soon as it came into contact with Lu Ping. At the same time, behind a gentle slope a few miles away, an escape light forcefully rose into the sky. That person didn't hesitate to expend a few times more Zhen Yuan than usual to cast a flying escape technique. "Let's go, he has already left. Let's go and take a look." Lu Ping sped up, but Yin Tianchu still did not reveal himself. However, one thing was certain, he was definitely not far away from Lu Ping. A moment later, Lu Ping arrived at the gentle slope and saw a cultivator lying there covered in blood a few hundred feet away. However, from the rise and fall of the person's chest, that person was obviously still alive. Someone was robbed. The void next to Lu Ping fluctuated, and Yin Tianchu returned to his previous indifference. However, from his tone, Lu Ping could tell that he was not surprised at all. "This is not the first time this has happened?" Yin Tianchu nodded and said, "That's right, I was inspired by those 5 people. After the incident of the 5 great cultivators from the 4 sects, including Wuxing School, forming an alliance to sneak attack the enemies of the other sects, the cultivators in the Tao altar world began to gather together. However, there were still many lone cultivators wandering around the Tao altar world to cultivate. As a result, there were many robberies and acts of revenge against these people. Although killing was not allowed in the Tao altar world, the 5 great cultivators who had been the first to attack had indeed provided a good idea for these people." Lu Ping walked towards this cultivator and stopped a few feet away from him. The person in front of him was an early Dharma adept, and the person who had escaped after coming into contact with Lu Ping's divine sense was obviously a late Dharma adept. It was no wonder that the person in front of him was so unlucky. Yin Tianchu's voice sounded beside Lu Ping's ear. Are you going to save him or not? Lu Ping shook his head and said, There's no saving him. This person was ambushed from behind and was seriously injured. However, the person who ambushed him was very careful and did not take his life. After that, he forcefully destroyed his divine sense. Even if we did save him, he would still be an idiot. However, it seems that this was the first time the person who ambushed him had done something like this, or maybe he was just coincidentally discovered by us. He seemed to be in a panic. Although the person's storage instruments were all taken away, a few hidden pockets on his clothes were actually ignored. It seems that this person is really not qualified to be a robber. Yin Tianchu used his divine sense to scan the area and laughed secretly. He said, A dignified Dharma adept is very likely to be someone who can call the wind and summon the rain in his sect. I'm afraid this is the first time he has done something like this, and from the looks of it, this person must have been born in a famous sect with a long history. If he was a Dharma adept from a small sect, which one of them would not know how to kill and rob? Yin Tianchu deftly lifted the clothes on the unconscious cultivator and took out the items from the hidden pockets. He turned around and saw that Lu Ping had pushed the person's outstretched arm away. It was only then that Yin Tianchu noticed that the person's palm was flat on the ground. Other than the index finger, all 5 fingers were straight. After the palm that Lu Ping had pushed away, the words that were hidden underneath were also revealed. Guangfa Zheng. Lu Ping mumbled to himself, It should be a Dharma adept with the surname Zheng from the Guangfa sect of the South Sea, but I just don't know who this person is. Yin Tianchu threw a token to Lu Ping and said, Look at this. Lu Ping took the token and looked at it. He immediately frowned and said, A disciple of the Skyward Pavilion. This person from the Guangfa sect is very bold. He actually dared to make a move on a disciple of the Skyward Pavilion. This matter is a bit unusual. Yin Tianchu said, This has nothing to do with us. Let's leave this place quickly. If we are seen by others, then we won't be able to explain ourselves. Lu Ping nodded and gently put down the friar's palm to cover the words on the ground. Then, he put the token back into the hidden pocket of the friar's clothes. Only then did the two of them leave in a hurry. Chapter 1358. Although the two of them left in a hurry, the fact that a great practitioner from the Guangfa sect dared to attack a disciple of the Skyward Pavilion was indeed strange. However, looking at the clumsy performance of this rookie, great practitioner, it did not seem like it had been planned for a long time. Instead, it seemed like the great practitioner from the Guangfa sect suddenly had such an idea after the two of them met by chance, and so he made his move. Do you have any impression of the great practitioner from the Guangfa sect with the surname Tsing? Although Lu Ping also paid attention to the battle merit ranking of the late Dharma adepts, he only paid attention to those who were ranked at the top. This great practitioner from the Guangfa sect with the surname Tsing was obviously not within Lu Ping's field of vision. Yin Tianchu thought for a while and said, It should be around the 30s or 40s. I do have some impression of it. If I remember correctly, it seems to be called Tsing Qingchun. Should we expose this matter? Lu Ping said, The handwriting on the bottom of the hand is not erased, and the token of the Skyward Pavilion in the secret pocket is not lost either. There is no need for us to say more. Let's see how things develop. However, this matter is very strange. Not to mention the Skyward Pavilion, the Guangfa sect is also a well-known large sect in the South China Sea. Neither of them is something that we can provoke now. Yin Tianchu nodded and threw another piece of broken stone to Lu Ping. He said, It was found together with the token in the secret pocket. That's strange. Tsing Qingchun remembered to use his divine sense to scan the surroundings, but why did he forget to scan the disciple of the Skyward Pavilion? No matter how amateur he is, as long as he used his divine sense to scan, whether it was the token in the secret pocket or the handwriting on the bottom of the hand, they would most likely not be able to escape. This Tsing Qingchun is really, Lu Ping's expression changed. He kept the piece of broken stone and said, Do you think someone did this on purpose? Yin Tianchu was stunned. Both of them did not speak. After a while, Yin Tianchu then said, Who could it be? Lu Ping shook his head, and Yin Tianchu did not ask any more questions. If this was really the case, did the cultivator who pretended to be Tsing Chun from the Guangfa sect find the two of them long ago and purposely stayed there to spread the news through the two of them, or did he stay there to wait for the rabbit, and the two of them just happened to come here? Yin Tianchu looked around and said, "We are almost there." Previously, Uncle Tiancheng and the people from the Tianxian sect and the Tianyue sect met here. This is weird. Lu Ping looked around and said, "Lu," and said, "Lu." Yin Tianchu knew that Lu Ping's divine sense was astounding. The three sects' meeting point was located at the border of the third layer, where early Dharma adepts would descend, and the second layer, where mid-Dharma adepts would descend. Right now, Lu Ping's divine sense could cover a radius of 20 to 30 miles. Logically speaking, he should have already discovered the three sects' temporary encampment. Could it be that they had something to do and left first? Although Yin Tianchu said this, his figure had already disappeared again. Although Lu Ping did not stop walking, his divine will was constantly sweeping the surroundings, trying to find some clues that the cultivators of the three sects had left behind when they left. "Here!" Yin Tianchu's voice came from afar. When Lu Ping walked over, he saw an inconspicuous mark on a piece of green stone. It looked like a scratch, and it was the secret seal that Jinling usually used. Yin Tianchu made a few hand seals, and a spiritual light was injected into the secret seal. The secret seal was instantly activated, and a voice left behind by the sealed Tiancheng Laozu traveled into their ears. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that they had found traces of the 5 great cultivators in a corner on the east side of the altar world. The cultivators of the various sects had already headed there, and Tiancheng Laozu had left a map that pointed out the direction they had left in. However, just as the two of them were about to leave to chase after Tiancheng Laozu, Lu Ping's expression changed. There was a flash of light under Yin Tianchu's feet, and it was an early warning talisman. Yin Tianchu looked down, and his expression changed as well. Early warning talisman, there's an ambush. Almost at the same time, the 5 late Dharma adepts charged into Lu Ping's divine will from different directions, and they flew directly in the direction of Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu. "Let's go!" Lu Ping pulled Yin Tianchu, who was next to him, and they flew in the same direction. Although Yin Tianchu did not realize that something was wrong, the moment he saw the look on Lu Ping's face, he knew that the situation was serious. Like Lu Ping, he did not care about conserving the inner yuan in his body. After casting the secret technique of concealment, he followed closely behind Lu Ping, and they flew at full speed in the direction indicated by the route that Tiancheng Laozu had left behind. 5 great cultivators, and they're coming from different directions. Let's use all our strength to break out of the encirclement. We can't let them surround us. Yin Tianchu nodded to show that he understood, but he asked, "Is it those 5? How did they manage to set up early warning talismans here?" Lu Ping's expression darkened. The cultivators of the various sects had obviously fallen into the trap of these 5 people. As for how these 5 people had found their way here, even Lu Ping himself was not too sure. However, the fact that they were able to accurately set up early warning talismans near the secret Jinling seal that Tiancheng Laozu had left behind, and wait for Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu to take the bait meant that they were very familiar with the situation of the Tianxian sect, the Tianyue sect, and the Jinling sect. A frightening thought flashed through Lu Ping's mind. "There's a traitor." A ridiculing voice sounded out from behind them, and it said, "Ha! Lu Tianping, I never expected that it would really be you. You've really worn out iron shoes in search of me. Let me see where you'll run off to this time." Immediately after, a voice that was gnashing its teeth was also heard. "Lu Tianping, my senior Han and junior Hua's revenge will fall on you. The old man will definitely make you beg for death today." As soon as the 2 voices faded away, another voice came from behind Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu, who had changed direction and chased after them. "Don't say anything more. This person's flying speed is getting faster and faster." At this time, the 5 great cultivators who had surrounded Lu Ping from 30 miles away from different directions realized that Lu Tianping seemed to have noticed them the moment they made their moves. Just when they tried to shrink the encirclement, they found that Lu Ping's flying skill was actually faster than theirs. The encirclement of the 5 people was indeed shrinking, but the distance between the great cultivators from the other 4 directions and Lu Ping was increasing. At this time, the distance between Gu, the great cultivator of Wuxing School, who was coming toward Lu Ping, was shrinking rapidly. Guarding Laozu, who was chasing from the side, soon discovered Lu Ping's intention. When he heard that Lingshu Laozu and Wujie Laozu were still talking tough as if victory was in their grasp, he had to remind them. At the same time, he also warned Gu, who was about to face Lu Tianping, to be careful. However, as soon as guarding Laozu's voice faded away, a mocking laugh suddenly came into the ears of the 5 great cultivators. Do you know, the ambush of the 5 seniors is exquisite, and I have indeed fallen into your trap. However, the 5 seniors should not have let Senior Gu rush so fast, so that I can deal with him alone. Chapter 1359. Just as the 5 late Dharma adepts, including Guda, were closing in on Lu Ping and Lu Ping from 30 miles away, they did not expect that Lu Ping's divine will was far stronger than theirs and could buy him enough distance to break out of the encirclement. What the 5 great adepts did not expect was that Lu Ping's escape technique could be so fast. When Lu Ping chose to rush towards Guda, behind him were Lingshu Laozu of the spiritual martial sect and Wujie Laozu of the Taishin sect. However, the distance between the 2 of them had suddenly widened from 30 miles to 35 miles. On the contrary, Lu Ping and Gudo were walking opposite each other. At this time, the distance between them had suddenly shrunk to outside the house, and the 2 sides were about to meet. Not good, Senior Brother Gu, retreat quickly. As long as the 2 of them can break out of the encirclement, we can completely surround them. Lu Ping's sneer shocked Laozu, who quickly found a loophole in the encirclement of the 5 people and hurriedly reminded him. Indeed, Laozu saw the crux of the problem at once, but his warning was too late. At this time, the distance between Lu Ping and Guda had already shrunk to a mile, and the 2 sides were still facing each other. Guda had already reduced his speed to prepare to intercept, but Lu Ping was still moving forward with an indomitable momentum, as if he did not even consider that if he could not break through Guda's obstruction in one move, he would be at the mercy of others. In fact, Cultivator Guda had nowhere to hide at this moment. Looking at the aggressive Lu Ping, he snorted coldly and said, "You want to pass the old man in one move? That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Not only had Guda heard of Lu Ping's abilities, they had even fought against each other before. Although Guda knew that he was no match for Lu Ping back then, that was then and this was now. Guda had been kidnapped by Wuxing School's secret magic, and as the first candidate to become the pure young cultivator in Wuxing School, his strength was no longer the same as before. Guda was confident that he could stop Lu Ping, and he might even be able to defeat him. However, what he saw was a sneer on Lu Ping's face. A flying sword rose into the sky. Lu Ping waved the flying sword in his hand and shouted, "Kill!" The swords of true spirit transformed into 3 strange W's that roared toward Guda heaven-opening swordsmanship. Lu Tianping of the North Sea had mastered a swordsmanship that could transform a flying sword into 3 strange W's. This was no longer a secret in the world of cultivation. Since Guda dared to come alone to stop Lu Ping from breaking out of the encirclement, he had naturally been prepared for this swordsmanship magic. However, Lu Ping did not shout "fight," but "kill." Although Guda had the blessing of the secret magic of Wuxing School, and his cultivation had rapidly improved to the critical point of becoming a pure young cultivator, he had forgotten that while he was improving, others were also improving. Lu Ping had been training in seclusion in the world of the Taoist altar for more than half a year. Not only had he reached the peak of the middle Dharma stage, but he had also mastered his unparalleled swordsmanship magic. The swordsmanship of opening heaven that Lu Ping had obtained had 3 incantations. The first was fight, the second was kill, and the third was die. They represented 3 sets of the swordsmanship of opening heaven. Lu Ping had previously only understood one of the incantations, fight. However, during the half a year of seclusion in the world of the Taoist altar, especially after understanding the root of the Soaring Dragon Galaxy technique, Lu Ping had once again understood the kill incantation of the swordsmanship of opening heaven. the three roaring Wons did not wait to hit Gouda, who was already prepared. Instead, they suddenly merged into one in the air. The purple gold WM nearly doubled in size. Then, under Gouda's fearful gaze, it knocked away the mountain-shaped spirit treasure in his hand and swallowed it in one gulp. Lu Ping followed closely behind, and the purple gold WM reformed into a sword of true spirit. Gouda, who had already been seriously injured, fell from the sky. However, Lu Ping suddenly said, "Junior Marshal Brother Ian, stop." A figure suddenly appeared in the air. The spirit treasure in his hand, the supreme mystery thorn, had just stopped an inch away from the eyeball of the severely injured Gouda and fell from the sky with him. Lu Ping stepped forward and grabbed Yin Tianchu, saying, "You can't kill people in the world of the Taoist altar, go." Yin Tianchu flicked the supreme mystery thorn in his hand and separated the nameless finger with a storage ring on it from Gouda's left hand. He then kicked Gouda, who had already fainted, and his body immediately smashed towards Lao Zu, who was the first to rush over. Lao Zu, who had been ready to save Gouda, hurriedly restrained his momentum. His face was bright red, and the real essence in his heart and abdomen was turbulent. He almost suffered an internal injury, but he still caught Gouda safely. Lu Ping seriously injured Gouda with one sword strike, and Yin Tianchu used the unconscious Gouda to stall Lao Zu, who was close at hand. On the other side, the great cultivator of Feiyun Pavilion, Yun Tian Lao Zu, had slowed down. Although he was still shouting, he was obviously frightened by Lu Ping's power. As for Wujia Lao Zu and Lingshu Lao Zu, who were chasing behind Lu Ping, they had been left far behind by Lu Ping and the others. Now that they saw Lu Ping and Lingshu break out of the encirclement, they did not have the courage to chase after them. The four of them quickly gathered together and looked at the unconscious great cultivator Gu on the ground. The four great cultivators looked at each other, and each of them had a look of dejection in their eyes. Lao Zu sighed and said, "Hide. In less than 2 months, the world of the Taoist altar will close." The other three Lao Zu nodded solemnly. They knew that even if they escaped the joint encirclement of the cultivators of various sects in the world of the Taoist altar, they would have to pay a huge price to deal with the aftermath after the world of the Taoist altar closed. They were different from those low-level practitioners who had the opportunity to enter all sorts of secret zones and forbidden grounds to explore. They were different from those low-level practitioners who would kill each other in order to fight for cultivation resources. They were Dharma adepts, and they were the pillars of any sect. They were the ones who could cause chaos and war in the cultivation world. Therefore, when they caused public anger because of some improper planning, they had to pay a huge price to appease the anger of the various sects, and they might even face the danger of being isolated. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu flew out for nearly 100 miles before stopping. Seeing the strange look in Yin Tianchu's eyes, Lu Ping pretended not to see it and coughed. He said, "What good things are in that Gouda's storage ring?" Yin Tianchu threw the storage ring into Lu Ping's hand. As for the finger, he had already thrown it somewhere along the way. He said, "That person is not dead. I can't open this ring." Lu Ping took it in his hand and looked at it. He said, "Then there's no other way. We can only break it open by force. Hopefully, there are some good things left in it." Lu Ping's divine will entered the ring in an instant, suppressing the trace of Gouda's divine will. Then the inner yuan in his hand surged into the ring, and in an instant, the storage ring exploded. Yin Tianchu was already used to Lu Ping's method of easily shattering the dignity of various late Dharma idol adepts. Instead, he focused all his attention on the various items that had been thrown around after the storage ring exploded, avoiding being cut up by the spatial fragments. He is indeed a great adept from a sacred land. The items in this storage ring have been damaged by the spatial fragments, but there are still so many left. Even someone as cold as Yin Tianchu could not hide his uneasiness after seeing such a rich collection of cultivation resources. However, Lu Ping's attention was on the 2 white jade cattail hassocks and a jade scroll. When Lu Ping accidentally bumped into Gouda and the others looking for the white jade cattail hassocks in the world of the Taoist altar, they had already found 3. Now, there were only 2 white jade cattail hassocks left. The rest might have been broken when the ring exploded. Yin Tianchu saw that Lu Ping had put away the 2 white jade cattail hassocks, and could not help but ask curiously, what is the use of Wuxing School for collecting these white jade cattail hassocks? The magic of these things seems to only exist in this world of the Taoist altar. Why don't we find a secret place to hide them? In the future, when we enter this world of the Taoist altar again, we can directly use the spirit vein drawn by these cattail hassocks to cultivate. Take a look for yourself. Lu Ping threw the jade scroll in his hand into Yin Tianchu's hand. Yin Tianchu immersed his divine thoughts into the jade scroll suspiciously, and his face soon became solemn. He exhaled and said, I see. I didn't expect that the white jade cattail hassocks were an important part of Wuxing School to maintain the inheritance of pure yang practitioners. However, without the cauldron of heaven and earth, even if we get the white jade cattail hassocks, it will be useless. Lu Ping smiled and said, who knows? Maybe it will come in handy in the future. There are still 2 chiming broken stones. This guy seems to have good luck. Hey, this jade scroll should record the incantations of the 7th patriarch collected by the 5 of them. There are actually 8 or 9 incantations. Looking at Yin Tianchu's surprised expression, Lu Ping laughed and said, there are 5 of them. If they exchange the incantations of the 7th patriarch with each other, and if someone is lucky enough to suppress the thoughts of the 7th patriarch in a few broken stones, it seems that they have obtained 8 or 9 incantations. Yin Tianchu nodded and said, but now, they belong to us. The 2 of them continued to follow the route left by Tiancheng Laozu to find the practitioners of Tianxian sect and the other 2 sections. However, at this time, Lu Ping separated a part of his divine thoughts and descended into the core space. Linglong, do you remember the secret skills mentioned in it? Lu Ping handed the jade scroll that explained the use of the white jade cattail hassocks to Linglong. Linglong looked at it carefully and said, I seem to have some impression of some of the things mentioned in it, but they are just scattered things. By the way, you should ask the mantis and sister Emoli. When we killed the water ape device spirit, they gained the most benefits. These things must have been remembered by the device spirit of the cauldron of heaven and earth with its own spiritual essence, and the essence of the water ape device spirit must be with them. Chapter 1360. In fact, Lu Ping was just trying to ask Linglong. Lu Ping had heard from the praying mantis that sometimes it was possible to get a part of the other party's memory by swallowing each other. But most of the time, it was just some scattered things that were not very useful, so Lu Ping did not care too much about it. However, since it involved a shortcut to the pure yang stage, or a shortcut, Lu Ping had to pay attention to it. From the jade slip Lu Ping had obtained, the reason why Wuxing School could ensure that the inheritance of the pure yang cultivators would not be cut off was because of this secret technique that only existed in Wuxing School. If it was possible for Lu Ping to master this secret technique and ensure that there would be at least 1 pure yang cultivator in every generation, then the status of the large Xinling sect would be impregnable. He did not expect that Linglong really had some scattered memories of this under Lu Ping's reminder. This made Lu Ping ecstatic, and he hurriedly asked the Sword of Real Spirit, Emoli. Emoli did not wait for Lu Ping to ask, and had already given Lu Ping all the information about using the Heaven and Earth Wine Cauldron to perform the pure yang secret technique. Although it was still scattered, it was obviously more detailed than Linglong's memory. Only the praying mantis is left. It is now with Martial Uncle Jiang. I can only ask it after I leave this Tao altar world. I hope that there are not too many things about this secret technique that are lost. Thinking of this, Lu Ping asked Yin Tianchu, who was beside him, Junior brother Yin, have you found any traces of this white marble futon? Yin Tianchu shook his head and said, Sixth brother Lei seems to have one, but this white marble futon is far less useful in the cultivation world than in the Tao altar world. Therefore, many famous sects that can often enter the Tao altar world will hide the white marble futons they have collected in a secret place in the Tao altar world. In this way, the next time they enter the Tao altar world, they can use a spiritual vein to cultivate. This time, you've sent a message to the cultivators in the Tao altar world with the chaos talismans. Almost everyone already knows that the 5 Elements sect has another use for collecting the white marble cattail cushions. So, The person who has the white marble cattail cushions in his possession is even more secretive. The two walked for another 10 miles and saw more than 10 rays of light flying over from the horizon. They were the cultivators of the Tianxian sect, the Tianyue sect, and the Zhenling sect. Among the 10 rays of light, the one flying at the front was Tianqing Laozu. Seeing that Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu were fine, Tianqing Laozu was overjoyed. Behind him, Qing Li Laozu and a great cultivator of the Tianyue sect also heaved a sigh of relief. After Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu met the senior cultivators of the two sects, they found another temporary place to stay. The great cultivator of the Tianyue sect asked with a slightly guilty expression, "You two didn't encounter any danger, did you?" Lu Ping asked with a smile, "Are you talking about the 4 sects and 5 great cultivators of Wuxing school?" The great cultivator's face turned pale and he said, "You already know. Sigh, the sect is unfortunate to have such an evil disciple. I'm sorry to have implicated you too." Qing Li Laozu, who was standing at the side, asked curiously, "Seeing that you two are fine, could it be that you discovered the plot of the 5 people in advance?" Lu Ping laughed lightly and said, "It's not that we discovered it early, but we broke out before the 5 people formed an encirclement." Yin Tianchu said coldly, "The one with the surname Gu has already been seriously injured by senior brother Lu." Although Lu Ping said it casually, it was needless to say that being surrounded by the 5 great cultivators was a dangerous situation. Even if either of the 2 great cultivators present had been in that situation, they might not have been able to escape unscathed. The fact that the 2 mid-Dharma adepts in front of them could break out without a scratch was enough to make Qing Li Laozu and the great cultivator of the Tianyue sect secretly shocked. But Yin Tianchu's words caused the expressions of the two to change. The great cultivator with the surname Gu from Wuxing school broke out of the encirclement after being seriously injured by Lu Ping. Qing Li Laozu's face was full of seriousness and he said, "Did Lu Xiaoyu really injure that person?" Lu Ping smiled and did not say anything. The great cultivator of the Tianyue sect seemed to have already believed Yin Tianchu's words and said, "This person is already the first candidate to advance to the pure yang stage in the earth element of Wuxing school." The explosive increase in his strength in this battle of Jishuan Tower can be said to be amazing. I did not expect that Lu Xiaoyu would be able to seriously injure him in front of everyone. Everyone was old and experienced. When Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu mentioned the situation of breaking out of the encirclement, they could more or less reconstruct the situation at that time. They could also guess that the two must have used a time difference to create a partial advantage in breaking out of the encirclement when the two of them joined forces to deal with one person. But this time difference must have been extremely short. In other words, the two of them only had a total of 1 or 2 rounds, but they had succeeded. As for whether it was 1 round or 2 of them that seriously injured a great Dharma adept who was about to step into the pure yang stage, it was no longer important. What was important was that this North Sea Watersword immortal seemed to have the qualifications to be on equal footing with the many great cultivators in this world of cultivation. Until they walked out of their temporary residence, Tianchu Laozu still had an excited expression. It was clear that he was wild with joy at the strength that Lu Ping had displayed. "Disciple Lu, did you really seriously injure that great cultivator from Wuxing school with 1 move?" Lu Ping looked helplessly at Lu Tianyuan, who was beside him, and said, "Uncle Master, this is the 4th time you've asked me about this." Tianchu Laozu chuckled and said, "1 move, huh? That's the pure yang candidate for the earth element of Wuxing school, the person who inherited the title of Earth's spiritual son. Even senior brother Jiang doesn't have this ability." Seeing this, Lu Tianyuan quickly changed the topic and said, "Uncle Master, we need to find a secret place first. Didn't junior brother Yin just say that junior brother Lu can suppress the will of the 7th patriarch in the sound-crushed stone? He might even be able to erase it, so we can bring the sound-crushed stone out of the world of the Taoist altar." Tianchu Laozu slapped his forehead and said, "Yes, yes, yes, I almost forgot about the important matter. This time, we joined forces with other sects to encircle those 5 people. Although we were lured away from our territory, we still got 2 sound-crushed stones. Oh, and a white jade cattail husk. I heard you mention in the talisman that Wuxing School is collecting this thing, so I brought it along. It's a pity that we destroyed a spirit vein because of this. Seeing Tianchu Laozu's pained expression, Lu Ping was secretly amused. He wondered how surprised Tianchu would be when he found out the true use of the white jade cattail hassock. Yin Tianchu looked at Tianchu Laozu, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It was obvious that he had thought of this problem. After exchanging a look with Lu Ping, the two of them did not mention this matter again. It was not too difficult to find a secret place in the world of the Tao altar. After all, there were only a total of 150 Dharma adepts in the entire world of the Tao altar. Moreover, because many of them had been turned into idiots by others, the Dharma adepts of the various sects were all very suspicious and had gathered together. Not many people would still wander around the world of the Tao altar at this time. After the 5 Dharma adepts of Zhenling found a secluded place, they set up many warning talismans within a 30-mile radius. As a precaution, Lu Ping turned the cloud sail around the station into a protective cloud shield. At the same time, the white jade lotus array was once again melted into the ground. The area within a radius of 1 mile was completely under Lu Ping's control. Let's begin. Tianchu Laozu said to Lu Ping as he looked at the disciples around him who had a look of anticipation on their faces. Lu Ping nodded and said, "Although I'm able to suppress most of the will of creation in these rocks, it won't be easy for everyone to hear it. This will depend on luck." Everyone nodded. Seeing this, Lu Ping held a piece of broken rock in his hand. Thick inner yuan gathered in Lu Ping's palm, finally forming a 3-foot dragon that circled around the broken rock. Occasionally, it would open its mouth and spit out invisible flames or 3-colored mist. A deafening roar came from the broken stones. "You don't even understand this? I've told you 3 times. Do you know how to control the fire?" The key to the spiritual fire forging technique is the support of a powerful divine thought. Remember, no matter if you understand it or not, you can't tell that old tortoise. This is my secret technique. If anyone dares to leak it to that old tortoise, I'll smash his skull with my hammer. The violent impact of this divine will made Lei Laolu and Tianchu Laozu pale. Once they heard the middle-aged woman's tiger-like roar, they knew that this person must be Taoist Hu, one of the 7th patriarch of the heaven-opening sect. Lei Di and Tianchu Laozu clearly sensed the will in this broken rock. However, looking at their expressions, it was obvious that this secret technique was not so easy to obtain. Lu Ping looked at Lu Tianyuan and Yin Tianchu, who looked as usual. He could not help but ask, "What's wrong? Didn't you feel anything?" Lu Tianyuan uttered an "ah" and said, "Have you suppressed the will inside?" Looking at Lu Ping's expression, and then looking at Tianchu Laozu and Lei Di, who closed their eyes and carefully comprehended, Lu Tianyuan was slightly disappointed and said, "I didn't hear anything." Lu Ping nodded. He did not expect that the first broken rock was actually from Taoist Hu's explanation of the spiritual fire forging technique. Although Lu Ping had already mastered this secret technique and successfully used it in alchemy, he still learned a lot from Taoist Hu's roar. It was a pity that Chen Lian was not here. Otherwise, with Chen Lian's attainments in the craftsmanship of craftsmanship and what he had learned from studying the method of forging and purification with spiritual fire over the years, he would have made greater progress in craftsmanship of craftsmanship after hearing Taoist Hu's roar. It was already 4 hours later when Tianchu Laozu and Lei Di woke up from the comprehension. Looking at the broken rock in Lu Ping's hand, they were obviously reluctant to part with it. Lu Ping said helplessly, "We can't take it out of the Taoist altar world without erasing the will inside." Tianchu Laozu waved his hand helplessly and said, erase it, but remember these words. When you go out, write down your own understanding and hand it to the sect. This will be the secret technique of the sect in the future. As for how much the later disciples can comprehend from these literal records, it depends on their own luck. Chapter 1361. The 5 Dharma adepts of Zhenling now had close to 20 pieces of the sound-breaking stone in their hands. If this news were to be leaked, it would probably cause a commotion in the world of the Tao altar. However, the number of sound-breaking stone in their hands was not important. What was important was that the adept could suppress the will of the seventh patriarch within the stone and obtain the mantra of the seventh patriarch within it. For tens of thousands of years in the world of cultivation, it was not that there were no outstanding adepts who could suppress the will of the seventh patriarch within the sound-breaking stone with absolute power in the world of the Tao altar. However, none of them had obtained the mantra of the seventh patriarch within it. However, for someone like Lu Ping to be able to suppress the will of the sound-breaking stone with such ease and obtain the mantra of the seventh patriarch within it was not easy. It was said that Xiao Baiyu had taken advantage of the opening of the Tao altar between the Endless Mountain and the Western Wilderness Demon Clan to forcefully enter the world of the Tao altar as a human adept. In the Tao altar, he had obtained 12 pieces of sound-breaking stone in a row and suppressed the will within 7 of them with his tyrannical power. In the end, he had completely erased the protective will within 4 of them. At that time, many demon adepts had already been shocked by this feat and no one dared to cause trouble for Xiao Baiyu in the Tao altar anymore. Furthermore, Xiao Baiyu had also used this ability to subdue many demon adepts from the Endless Mountain. It was at that time that the younger brother of the Peacock King, Yang Shoucheng, became the best friend of Xiao Baiyu. One had to know that Xiao Baiyu was already a late Dharma adept at that time. He had just killed the pure Yang sword Celestial LV Taiching in the Ziyang Palace and was at the peak of his fame. However, what was Lu Ping's current level of cultivation? The mid-Dharma stage. Could it be that Lu Ping's current level of cultivation at the mid-Dharma stage was already comparable to that of Xiao Baiyu, who was at the late Dharma stage? Didn't that mean that he now had the strength to kill a pure Yang cultivator? At this time, the 4 Zhenling Dharma adepts watched as Lu Ping suppressed the protective will piece by piece, drawing out the 7th patriarch's mantra one by one for the others to comprehend. The few of them had long become numb to it. What's more, as long as someone could perceive each of these mantras, it would take at least 4 to 6 hours to comprehend. If it took too long, it might take 10 to 10 hours or even a whole day to understand the mysteries of the 7th patriarch's mantra. They really didn't have the time to figure out to what extent Lu Ping's true strength had improved. Lu Ping naturally knew that his own strength was not at such an unimaginable level yet. The reason why he could easily suppress and even erase the protective will in the rubble was not only because his own strength was comparable to that of a late Dharma adept, but also because of his Dharma power of the dragon, as well as the triple light divine water that he had just learned. He could use his own ethereal force to condense the true qi into triple light divine water. The former could easily suppress any protective will belonging to Laozu in the stone fragments, while the latter could completely erase any protective will belonging to Laozu. However, after Lu Ping had consecutively erased the protective will in 3 of the stone fragments, Tiansheng Laozu suddenly thought of something and hurriedly stopped Lu Ping. He said, "Disciple Lu, can you erase the protective will in all of these stone fragments?" Lu Ping was a little confused, but he still said, "I should be able to most of them." Of course, he would not say everything, but this was enough. Tiansheng Laozu looked at the 3 stone fragments that had their protective will erased and regretted it. He said, "Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. You just have to suppress the protective will in the next stone fragments and draw out the mantra. Don't erase the protective will in them yet." But before Lu Ping could ask, 6th brother Lei, who was beside him, asked, "Aren't we going to bring these stone fragments out? If we don't erase the protective will, how are we going to bring them out?" Tiansheng Laozu pointed at 6th brother Lei and said bluntly, "Are you stupid? As long as we don't erase the protective will in these stone fragments, the mantra of the 7th patriarch can be kept. We can totally exchange the stone fragments with other sects and then listen to the mantra through disciple Lu." Tiansheng Laozu and 6th brother Lei got along well. Although they had not known each other for a long time, they had a good relationship and did not stand on ceremony when they joked with each other. However, Tiansheng Laozu's idea made everyone's eyes light up. The mantra of the 7th patriarch in the stone fragments depended on luck for most cultivators. Not to mention the fact that it was impossible to erase the protective will, even if they could only suppress the protective will and draw out the contents of the mantra, those great cultivators could only do it from time to time. Moreover, most of the time, it did not work. There were even many cultivators who found that they could not draw out the mantra of the seventh patriarch after obtaining a stone fragment, so they threw it back. Since they could not bring it out, what was the point of keeping it? If they forgot to put it in their storage artifact and the world of the Tao altars suddenly opened again to summon everyone back, wouldn't their storage artifact explode? This was also why the cultivators in the Tao altar world would usually put the chiming crushed stone in their pockets instead of putting it in their storage magic artifact. Zhenling sect had obtained nearly 20 pieces of sound-shattering stones from the Tao altar world. Other sects like Heavenly Profound sect and Heavenly Moon sect who were on good terms with Zhenling sect might not have as many as Zhenling sect, but they would still be able to obtain 7 or 8 pieces. As long as Zhenling sect could pick out an equal number of sound-shattering stones to exchange with these people, the other sects would naturally not let go of this opportunity. Since it was all about luck, the more the better. The other sects naturally had no reason to refuse. However, what they did not know was that Zhenling had a freak like Lu Ping. In the eyes of others, it was a matter of luck, but for Zhenling, it became a matter of luck. In this way, didn't it mean that the 5 of them could always listen to the teachings of the 7th patriarch, and Zhenling could also obtain many of the contents of the mantra and their own insights? With this thought in mind, everyone became excited. Even Lu Ping regretted not doing this earlier. There were only 40 to 50 days left before the altar's closing. Even if they didn't sleep or rest, it would still take them 6 to 5 hours to comprehend each mantra. How many mantras would they be able to comprehend in the future? Moreover, although it was not difficult for Lu Ping to suppress the intent of the crushed stones, it was still a matter that consumed a lot of true essence and divine sense. Moreover, Lu Ping still had to use some time to erase the protective intent of the crushed stones in order to smoothly bring these crushed stones out of the Tao altar world. By the time Lu Ping had guided the mantras contained in nearly 20 pieces of musical crushed stones, half a month had already passed. Other than Lu Ping, who could sense all the mantras that he guided out, the one who could sense the most mantras was actually 6th Lei. This guy had obtained a total of 11 mantras, while Yin Tianchu had only sensed 10. Tianqing Laozu had obtained 8, and Lu Tianyuan had only obtained 7. Even so, this was already a storm of mantras for the 4 of them. Everyone spent 3 days to carefully organize the insights that they had obtained from the crushed stones. Then, they hurried back to the Profound Sky sect and the Heavenly Moon sect's encampment with more than 10 pieces of musical crushed stones, preparing to exchange with the crushed stones that the 2 sects had obtained. Chapter 1362. After hearing Zhenling's intentions, Qing Li Laozu from the Profound Sky sect naturally would not refuse. Zhenling naturally would not tell them that he had nearly 20 sound-crushing stones in his possession. However, when Qing Li Laozu saw the 10 sound-crushing stones that Tianqing Laozu took out, he was shocked. This was because the Profound Sky sect clearly had more cultivators than Zhenling, but they only had 7 or 8 sound-crushing stones in their possession. With Lu Ping, this killing machine, Tianqing Laozu naturally would not fuss over this matter. He very generously exchanged the 10 sound-crushing stones with the Profound Sky sect. However, he made it clear that he would exchange them back after using them. Zhenling still wanted to use them to exchange with other sections. Trying one's luck with 10 sound-crushing stones was always better than trying one's luck with 8 sound-crushing stones. The Profound Sky sect naturally agreed since they had gotten the benefits for free. Zhenling was also happy to silently make a fortune. This continued for 6 or 7 days. Tianqing Laozu was a bit dispirited when he exchanged for the sound-crushing stones from the Profound Sky sect. When Qing Li Laozu found out that only 3 of Zhenling's people had sensed 1 mantra, while the Profound Sky sect's cultivators had sensed 3 mantras from the 10 sound-crushing stones they had left behind, Tianqing Laozu was even more dispirited. Qing Li Laozu even comforted him, saying that it was all due to luck. In reality, the reason why Tianqing Laozu was dispirited was because out of the 8 7th patriarch mantras that Lu Ping had guided, Tianqing Laozu had only sensed 3 of them. This was the least out of the 4 people. However, Zhenling still used these 10 sound-crushing stones to exchange for 6 more sound-crushing stones from the Heavenly Moon sect. 5 days later, Tiancheng Laozu excitedly exchanged for these 10 sound-crushing stones from the Heavenly Moon sect. He told the Heavenly Moon sect that they had sensed 2 mantras from the 6 sound-crushing stones, while the Heavenly Moon sect had only sensed 2 mantras from Zhenling's 10 sound-crushing stones. However, the truth was that Tiancheng Laozu had sensed 4 of the 6 sound-crushing stones from Lu Ping. This was the most out of the 4. However, after hearing that Tiancheng Laozu had exchanged for 6 sound-crushing stones from the Heavenly Moon sect, Qingli Laozu had brought the 8 sound-crushing stones that he had collected. Inspired by Zhenling, they exchanged with the Heavenly Moon sect again, hoping that they would be able to encounter a few opportunities. The continuous storm-like sound-crushing stones not only gave everyone an understanding of their cultivation, but after their minds were continuously attacked by the will of the 7th Patriarch, the cultivation of Tiancheng Laozu and the other 3's sound-crushing stones had increased significantly. Only Lu Ping's sound-crushing stones was too strong, so the benefits that the sound-crushing stones brought to him were negligible. After exchanging the sound-crushing stones with the Heavenly Shen sect and the Heavenly Moon sect, a month had passed. In the remaining 10 days, Zhenling did not try to contact the cultivators of the other sects to exchange sound-crushing stones. Instead, he began to make preparations to leave the world of the Tao altar. In reality, in these last 10 days, the will of the 7th Patriarch, who was attacking the sound-crushing stones in the Tao altar, seemed to be much stronger than before. Even the people in the Tao altar could occasionally sense the will of the 7th Patriarch. Lu Ping alone had sensed 4 wills, while Tiancheng Laozu and the other 3 had also gained something. Although these 10 days were used to consolidate their understanding of their cultivation, it was also the last opportunity for them to cultivate. In reality, other than Yin Tianchu, who had just advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, the other 4, including Lu Ping, had already reached the limit of their own cultivation. Other than Lu Ping, who had the help of his powerful divine will, who could still suppress the aura around him, if the other 3 were to leave the world of the Tao altar, they would probably summon the Thunder Trial at the first instance. The reason why they did not try to exchange for more sound-crushing stones in this last period of time was that they had to focus all their attention on suppressing their own aura, hoping that they would not attract the Thunder Trial once they left the world of the Tao altar. Although with their current strength, they had a 70 to 80% chance of surviving the Thunder Trial even if they did not make any preparations. No one was willing to risk their lives if they made extra preparations to increase their chances of success by 10 to 20%. After Lu Ping suppressed and erased the protective will in all the sound-crushing stones, he focused all his remaining energy on the broken stone that was a foot square at the base of the Tao altar. Although the sound-crushing stones did not mean that the larger they were, the richer the contents of the mantra and the stronger the protective will. However, the protective will in this broken stone was beyond Lu Ping's expectations. Other than the reminder that Lu Ping had given Lu Ping when he entered the world of the Tao altar, which allowed Lu Ping to confirm that this was the broken stone, Lu Ping had spent 3 whole days trying to suppress Jiao Doran's will in this broken stone, but he had not succeeded. It was not that he could not suppress the protective will in the broken stone, but that Lu Ping could not find the location of Jiao Doran's protective will in the broken stone at all. If it was not for the fact that Lu Ping had a mysterious connection with this broken stone, he would have suspected that the mantra that justified his cultivation method really came from this broken stone. Lu Ping simply stopped using his quintessential essence. Instead, he sat cross-legged in front of the broken stone and closed his eyes to rest. Only Lu Ping would be so crazy to use his quintessential essence to refine this broken stone for 3 consecutive days. However, even Lu Ping felt a little tired after using his quintessential essence for such a long time. Even so, Lu Ping kept using his quintessential essence to capture the mysterious connection with this broken stone during the process of recovering his quintessential essence. As a result, Lu Ping's thoughts became clearer. "Come out. Do you want me to smash you in a fit of anger?" Lu Ping actually spoke to the broken stone. However, this was a stone after all. How could it communicate with a human? However, a mischievous smile appeared on Lu Ping's face. His left thumb and index finger suddenly touched the neck of the dragon relief carved on the smooth surface of the broken stone and suddenly squeezed. The dragon relief sculpture suddenly seemed to come to life. It suddenly struggled on the surface of the broken stone, trying to break free from Lu Ping's grasp. However, Lu Ping seemed to have predicted that it would struggle. His 2 fingers strangled the relief sculpture's neck and did not loosen his grip at all. What's wrong? Are you not going to hide or pretend anymore? Kitor, how did you manage to cultivate the soaring dragon galaxy technique? A flustered and exasperated voice suddenly came out of the dragon relief's mouth. Hurry up and let me go. If it were not for me, I'm afraid you wouldn't even know the name of your cultivation method. Chapter 1363. Lu Ping looked at the dragon-shaped relief in his hand and asked with a smile, Are there many like you in this Dao altar world? Many? You must be joking. When the dragon-shaped relief saw that it couldn't break free from Lu Ping's 2 fingers, it stopped moving like a dead loach. However, it said proudly, I can't say that I'm the only one, but I'm definitely the one who's still alive. Lu Ping frowned and said, Alive? What do you mean? The dragon-shaped relief shook its head and said, In the past, I could still feel an aura similar to mine in this world. But now it's gone. Where did they go? They melted away. Anyway, they can't leave this world. Once they leave, they must erase the protective intent in the stone. A large part of our existence is due to the protection of these intents. Since we're erased, we naturally don't exist anymore. When Lu Ping saw that it had become obedient, he retracted his 2 fingers and asked, What kind of existence are you? Dragon? Artifact spirit? Spirit demon? The dragon-shaped relief shook its head as if Lu Ping had just squeezed its neck to the point of pain. It then said, I don't know what kind of existence I am. If it's a spirit demon, I can't seem to escape this broken stone. If it's an artifact spirit, without the nourishment of true essence, I've long been muddle-headed. How could I clearly remember everything since I gained consciousness? As for dragons, don't joke around. Even Jiao Daoren, who gave me existence, isn't a dragon. You know quite a lot. The dragon-shaped relief ignored Lu Ping's suspicions and said directly, My existence should originate from the intent sealed in this broken stone, which is Jiao Daoren's intent. However, after I completely gained consciousness, this Dao altar world has become like this. I've been buried in the soil that you dug out. I don't know what happened in the Dao altar world or how I was buried in the soil. After my consciousness appeared, this world has been opened dozens of times. After listening to your stories, I naturally understood many things about you existences. Lu Ping nodded and said, What do you intend to do? Do you still want to keep you in this world? The dragon-shaped relief said, What are you staying here for? Waiting to die? I'm just an existence condensed from a Jiao Daoren's mantra intent. Even though I possess a consciousness of my own, I'm confined within this rock, and along with the wear away of time, I'll still slowly die. Otherwise, why would I give you a reminder when you've just entered the world of the Dao altar? Lu Ping was surprised. You want me to bring you out of the Dao altar world? I was even more afraid that you would kill me as soon as you appeared, so after I guided you to the broken rock where I was hiding, I hid my existence. I didn't expect that you would still find me in the end. Don't we have to erase the will in the gravel to bring it out of the Dao altar world? If that's the case, how would you still be alive? Lu Ping asked in puzzlement. You can do it and only you can do it. The dragon-shaped relief could only appear on the surface of the broken rock, but Lu Ping could hear the solemnity in the relief's tone. You cultivate the orthodox cultivation method of Jiao Daoren, and the Dharma form in your body is even more similar to a true dragon than Jiao Daoren's true spirit body. In other words, it's more similar to my relief body. But more importantly, your divine sense, is closer to a divine dragon than your bloodline and Dharma form. It's even like a divine dragon's divine soul. Although I don't know how you understand the divine dragon true body so well to be able to condense such a similar Dharma form, this is your own secret, and I don't want to know. But I only know that with your current condition, you can completely refine this broken rock and keep it as a magic weapon for yourself. In this way, you can bring this broken rock out of the Dao altar world. Refine it as a magic weapon? Lu Ping laughed and said, Previously, I used my true essence to refine it for 3 days, but I didn't see the slightest trace of refining. The dragon-shaped relief said angrily, "You call that refining? You're simply trying to take my life, so I naturally have to hide far away. But if you have my cooperation, you can naturally refine this stone smoothly. It sounds like you're more like an artifact spirit. You can completely see me as an independent artifact spirit that can maintain its spirituality without the nourishment of a cultivator's true essence. If you let me refine you now, doesn't that mean that your life and death will be in my hands? At that time, everything you control will be known by me, and you will have no bargaining chips to speak of. If I really have evil intentions during the refining process, you can only vanish into thin air." The dragon-shaped relief laughed bitterly and said, "Do you think that staying in this Tao altar world, my consciousness will not dissipate? So I can only bet on your character." Lu Ping smiled slightly and said, "As you wish." Lu Ping placed his palm on the broken stone, and a rich true essence was released from his hand. Then, it completely seeped into the broken stone. The entire broken stone was dyed blue and purple by Lu Ping's true essence. A loud bang exploded in Lu Ping's mind. Soaring Dragon Galaxy technique, Lu Ping's expression showed a trace of pain, but his palm was still tightly pressed on the broken stone. The whole process lasted for about an entire day before Lu Ping's expression gradually eased. However, he did not wake up because of this. Instead, he once again fell into seclusion. There was only a day left before the Tao altar world closed. At this time, Tianqing, Laozu, and the others all gathered outside the place where Lu Ping was cultivating. "Martial uncle, there are only a few hours left. Do you think we should wake junior brother Tianping up?" Lu Tianyuan asked. Tianqing Laozu shook his head and said, "There's no rush. I think this kid must have gained something again. Anyway, there are still a few hours left. It's good to let him comprehend for a while more. We will wait here to protect him." With a trace of worry on his face, Lu Tianyuan said, "Martial uncle, the battle between Skyward Pavilion and Guangfa sect is nearby. Once it spreads here, I'm afraid it'll be too late for us to leave." Tianqing Laozu raised his head and looked dozens of miles away. Half of the sky there was already dyed with all kinds of spiritual lights and colors brought about by various spells. From time to time, muffled sounds could be heard. Lei Di said strangely, "I don't know what's wrong with Guangfa sect and Skyward Pavilion. Just when the Tao altar world is about to close, such a thing actually happened. What's even stranger is that the other 3 major sects of the South Sea actually stood on Guangfa sect's side this time and fought against Skyward Pavilion together." Yin Tianchu suddenly opened his mouth and said, "The people from Guangfa sect crippled a disciple of Skyward Pavilion in the early stage of discovery. Unfortunately, they did not do it quickly and gave the cultivators of Skyward Pavilion something to use against them. This matter became the fuse of the confrontation between the 2 sections." Everyone looked at Yin Tianchu with some surprise, but they did not ask him how he knew about it. Lei Di was obviously not very clear about the situation of the overseas cultivation world. Upon hearing what was said, he said, "The key thing is, how did the 4 major sects of the South Sea have the courage to join forces to fight against Skyward Pavilion this time?" Tianqing Laozu said, "This is not strange. The 4 major sects of the South Sea were originally big sects that originated from the Middle Earth. They always wanted to return to the Middle Earth. This is not a secret in the cultivation world. Moreover, Skyward Pavilion is located at the southernmost part of the Middle Earth, above the estuary of Qingming River. It is the biggest obstacle for the 4 major sects of the South Sea to return to the Middle Earth. The relationship between the 2 parties was originally not good, but Skyward Pavilion is one of the 6 sacred grounds. In the face of such a strong sect, the 4 major sects of the South Sea had no choice but to maintain an alliance. Skyward Pavilion stopped the 4 major sects of the South Sea from spreading their forces deep into the Middle Earth's cultivation world. This is understandable, but how can the 4 major sects of the South Sea be compared to Skyward Pavilion? How could they have the courage to join forces to fight against it? Lei Di's words also made Tianqing Laozu a little surprised. Only now did he realize that no matter what, the 4 major sects of the South Sea were able to stand out and fight against Skyward Pavilion this time. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little unexpected. It's the Bagui clan. Lu Ping came out from his seclusion. Seeing the joy on everyone's faces, he nodded at everyone and said, "The reason why Skyward Pavilion is guarding the estuary of Qingming River is not only to defend against the demon race of the Endless Mountain, but also the Bagui clan of the South Sea. That is a power that can truly rival a sacred ground. Since the 4 major sects of the South Sea dared to provoke Skyward Pavilion, I'm afraid the problem lies with the Bagui clan of the South Sea's cultivation world." Lu Ping's coming out of seclusion made everyone feel relieved. However, Tian Cheng Laozu still asked curiously, "The Bagui clan? Doesn't this clan always stay in a corner of the South Sea's cultivation world and rarely stir up trouble in the cultivation world?" Lu Ping said, "I'm afraid only the Bagui clan knows about this." Lu Ping's coming out of seclusion freed Junling and the others from their restraints. The 5 of them left their seclusion grounds. The world of the Tao altar was about to close, so they needed to find a safe place and focus on leaving this place. At this moment, in Lu Ping's core space, the broken stone was currently sinking to the bottom of the suspended sea formed by the triple light sacred water. The Dragon Dharma power was currently circling around the broken stone curiously. From time to time, it would look at the dragon-shaped relief on the broken stone wall with its huge eyes. Clearly, this object that was extremely similar to the Dragon Dharma power had aroused its interest. At this moment, in the sky above the broken stone, the pure Yang pearl was floating in the center of the triple light sacred water. The 9 leaves of a mature 5 elements samling leaf were currently shining with different lights. Layers of mysterious brilliance were emitted from the leaves of the 9th sister, which then seeped out from the pure Yang pearl and finally melted into the seawater formed by the triple light sacred water. A loud sound came from the sky, and a huge spatial passageway gradually opened. Lu Ping and the others felt the spatial imprint on them disappear, and they suddenly disappeared from the world of the Tao altar. Chapter 1364. The space tunnel of the Tao altar's world was slowly closing, and Lu Ping's divine will was like a flood that had suddenly broken through a dam, rushing out in all directions. Ah! A scream came from a few dozen feet away from Lu Ping. Lu Ping opened his eyes, and before he could figure out where he was, a pair of flying swords had already shot out in the direction of the scream. An early Dharma adept had just come out from the Tao altar's world when he felt a wave of divine will rush towards him, as if the Milky Way was descending. The adept instinctively gathered his divine will together in an attempt to resist the impact of this wave of divine will. However, the result was obviously very tragic. Just as he fell to the ground, holding his head, from the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of sword light coming towards him. "My life is over." Just as the early Dharma adept was about to give up all hope, the excruciating pain that would have caused him to sink into the depths of the abyss did not appear, and the impact from the divine will gradually disappeared as well. The adept raised his head and looked in the direction of the source of the impact, but there was no one there. In the instant that Lu Ping's divine will swept out in all directions, he already knew that he was currently on the west side of West River. He was quite a distance away from the previously agreed meeting place on the south side of the Qingming River. Lu Ping's divine will transformed into a stream of light in the sky, and then disappeared into the clouds, rushing towards the agreed meeting place with Jiang Tianlin before entering the Tao altar's world. In the desert of West River, the faint sounds of various battles could be heard. The opening and closing of the Tao altar's world was randomly set when the adepts entered and exited it. The reason why the pure Yang adepts who opened the Tao altar's world did so was to prevent large-scale battles between sects due to personal grudges. But even so, it was inevitable that adepts who had personal grudges would coincidentally bump into each other. As a result, battles were naturally inevitable. However, at this time, as long as the scale of the battles did not expand, there would often be pure Yang adepts who would step in to stop them. In the past, this might have been useful, but this time, it was hard to say. Not to mention the storm caused by the 5 great adepts from the 4 sects. If the 4 sects of the South Sea joined forces with the Skyward Pavilion, the sects of the human race had lost the external threat of Mara's army that was attacking the 9 mystical tower. This time, internal strife seemed to have arisen too quickly and violently. Even if pure Yang Laozu stepped in to stop such a large-scale conflict, he might not be able to stop it in a short period of time. This was also the reason why Lu Ping was in a hurry to meet up with Jiang Tianlin. Because Zhenling was going to be promoted to a large sect, he would definitely have many enemies in the dark. Moreover, Lu Ping had offended many people in the Central Plains, so it was hard to guarantee that no one would take advantage of the chaos to attack Zhenling at this time. However, the more one wanted to avoid something, the more it would find its way to you. Just as Lu Ping was trying to use the clouds to cover his divine will and rush to the agreed meeting place, he suddenly found that the clouds around him were covered with a layer of black fog, and there were even flashes of lightning from time to time. Lu Ping hurriedly stopped his divine will and even descended from the clouds in a panic. He thought to himself, "Oh no, I forgot about this." The world of the Tao altar was full of spiritual qi, and there was also the enlightenment of the 7th Patriarch's mantra after a chance encounter. Moreover, the cultivators who could enter the world of the Tao altar were the best among the cultivators of the same level. With so many reasons, this 1 year of seclusion was enough for many cultivators to push their cultivation to the peak of their realm, and they were only missing the Thunder Tribulation. In the world of the Tao altar, cultivators naturally would not easily attract the Thunder Tribulation. Moreover, because the Thunder Tribulation in the minor Kiliacosm was weak and slow, cultivators only needed to try their best to restrain their aura, and naturally, they would not attract the attention of the Thunder Tribulation. However, all of this often changed after the cultivators returned to the world of cultivation. The Thunder Tribulation in the world of cultivation was much more sensitive to the cultivation aura of the cultivators than in the world of the Tao altar. Many cultivators who had reached the peak of their realm often had too strong a foundation. They could restrain their aura in the minor Kiliacosm, but when they returned to the world of cultivation, they could not hide their aura from the Thunder Tribulation. Therefore, every time the world of the Tao altar closed, many of the returning cultivators would attract the Thunder Tribulation because they could not restrain their aura. This was also one of the reasons why the pure Yang Laozu had randomly summoned everyone to different corners of the desert in the West Riverland. This was to prevent the moment when a cultivator attracted the Thunder Tribulation, he would also attract other cultivators. At this moment, in front of Lu Ping, there was obviously a cultivator who attracted the Thunder Tribulation as soon as he left the world of the Tao altar. Lu Ping looked at the scene in front of him. It seemed that this was a mid-Dharma stage cultivator who had summoned the second Thunder Tribulation. When a cultivator went through the Thunder Tribulation, the area within a few miles would be the area where the Thunder Tribulation would gather. For someone like Lu Ping, who was also at the peak of the mid-Dharma stage and could summon the Thunder Tribulation at any time, he would naturally stay away from such a scene. Lu Ping did not want to advance to the late Dharma stage now. Lu Ping worriedly took a big detour and continued to head towards the shore of the Qingming River. Among the 5 people Zhenling had brought into the Tao altar this time, other than Lu Ping, who could use his powerful divine will to forcibly restrain his aura, and Yin Tianchu, who had just advanced to the mid-Dharma stage less than 2 years ago, did not need to worry about attracting the attention of the Thunder Tribulation. The other 3 people, Tian Cheng Laozu, Lu Tianyuan, and Lei Laolu, were all at the peak of the early Dharma stage and could summon the Thunder Tribulation at any time. If the 3 of them could not restrain their aura after leaving the Tao altar and attracted the Thunder Tribulation, it would be fine. But if they failed because they were in a hurry, it would be terrible. When Lu Ping turned around the area where the Thunder Tribulation was, he could not help but stare at the pitch-black Thunder Tribulation clouds in the sky in front of him. There was actually another person who had attracted the Thunder Tribulation. Lu Ping turned around and looked around, his eyes flashing with green and red light. Only then did he stare in shock at the sky above the West Riverland. There were actually 5 or 6 pitch-black Thunder Tribulation clouds of various sizes. And this was only the area that Lu Ping could see. In the entire West Riverland, how many people would trigger their own Thunder Tribulations as soon as they left the Tao altar's world? And in the end, how many people would be able to survive the Thunder Tribulations? When Lu Ping reached the shore of the Qingming River, Lu Tianyuan had already met up with Jiang Tianlin. When he came out of the Dao altar, he was coincidentally on the south side of the West River land, not too far from Jiang Tianlin. However, the moment Lu Tianyuan came out of the Dao altar's world, it was quite a test for him. He could clearly sense that there were thunderclouds gathering above his head at that time, and it scared him so much that he hurriedly withdrew his aura. Fortunately, Jiang Tianlin and Laozu discovered him in time and took the risk to help him conceal the surging aura around his body. Only then did they break free from the threat of the thunder tribulation clouds. When the two saw Lu Ping, they also felt relieved. Lu Ping didn't ask about the others first. Instead, he looked at the 4 core forging cultivators behind them, frowned, and said, "Why is one missing?" Zhenling had a total of 5 core forging cultivators who entered the 3 secret realms. In addition to the late core forging 3rd-generation disciple, Wu Xianren, there were 4 middle core forging 4th-generation disciples. Lu Ping's 2 disciples, Wang Xuanqi and Du Xianluo, were also among them. However, at this time, there were only 4 core forging cultivators behind Jiang Tianlin and Laozu. In addition to Wu Xianren, who had successfully promoted his cultivation to the 9th layer, Wang Xuanqi and another 4th-generation disciple, Qi Xianzhang, had simultaneously broken through the shackles of the middle core forging stage and promoted their cultivation to the 7th layer. Lu Ping's other disciple, Du Xianluo, had also promoted his cultivation to the 6th layer. But now, there was one less core forging cultivator. Obviously, he had fallen in the 3 secret realms. If Lu Ping remembered correctly, that disciple should also have a cultivation of the 6th layer. Just like Wang Xuanqi and Qi Xianzhang, he was one of the best among the 4th-generation disciples of Zhenling. When Wang Xuanqi heard his teacher's question, he lowered his head and said, "Senior brother Lin has fallen in the secret realms." Lu Ping raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you know who killed him?" Wang Xuanqi said, "It was the Songhai sect and the Taishin sect. The 3 of them besieged senior brother Lin. When we arrived, senior brother Lin could not be saved." A sharp glint flashed across Lu Ping's eyes as he asked, "Do you still remember who those people are?" Wang Xuanqi raised his head and said, "Reporting to Master, those 3 people have been killed by our disciples. After that, we killed 2 more Taishin sect cultivators and did not reveal our identities." Lu Ping nodded in satisfaction and turned to Jiang Tianlin and Laozu. "Uncle, this Songhai sect should be destroyed." Jiang Tianlin nodded and said, "But now we need to slow down. Our sect is now at the critical juncture of becoming a large sect. All the sects in the world of cultivation are eyeing us covetously. We must not be too arrogant. Wait until you reach the late Dharma stage." Lu Ping thought for a moment and finally nodded. He raised his eyes to look into the distance and said, "Junior brother Tian Chu has returned." As soon as Lu Ping's voice fell, Yin Tianchu's figure landed in the clouds a few dozen feet away. He said, "It's chaotic, we have to leave as soon as possible." Jiang Tianlin's expression was a little worried as he looked at the lightning tribulation clouds and chaotic battles that filled West River. He said in a low voice, "Junior brother Tian Cheng and Lei Di have yet to return. We will continue to wait." Yin Tianchu nodded, and after saying goodbye to everyone, he disappeared again. Lu Ping knew that he was now cruising around the periphery of the group, observing the situation in West River. After about half an hour, there was a flash of lightning in midair, and Lady's figure appeared from the lightning shield. He said, "The 4 sects of the South Sea and the people from the Skyward Pavilion are fighting." The practitioners of the 4 sects of the South Sea killed 2 Dharma adepts of the Skyward Pavilion and turned to flee. It is said that the pure yang of the Skyward Pavilion was furious and personally went after them. Jiang Tianlin nodded and looked even more worried. At this time, even if there were thunder tribulations and chaotic battles, and even if Ancestor Tiancheng came out of the Taoist altar world from the north of the land of Heshi, which was the furthest from here, he should have arrived at this time. Chapter 1365. Another 30 minutes passed. 6 hours had passed since the Taoist altar had closed. Tiancheng Laozu had yet to return. Either he had encountered an enemy, or he had triggered the thunder trial and was currently undergoing his first thunder trial. Lu Ping turned around and said, "Uncle Master, I'll go and receive him." Jiang Dunlin stopped him and said, "Let me go. Your current level of practice is already at the peak of the mid-dharma stage. If you trigger the thunder trial, it won't be good." Just as the two of them were about to argue, Yin Tianchu suddenly sent a message. He said, "Uncle Master Tiancheng is back, but the situation doesn't look good." The two of them were stunned and became alert. Jiang Tianlin handed the pure yang spiritual treasure to Lu Ping and instructed Lu Tianyuan and Lei Di to protect the four core forging adepts as they retreated. Lu Ping did not hesitate either. Although the pure yang spiritual treasure could not appear at the moment, if it was really a matter of life and death, he could not care less about these things. The two of them made their own preparations and set off to receive him. After walking for a few miles, they realized that Tiancheng Laozu did not seem to be heading in the direction that they had agreed on. Instead, it seemed like he was going in the opposite direction, as if he was purposely leading someone away from the place where the Zhenling disciples were gathered. Both of their hearts sank, but they still followed the direction that Tiancheng Laozu had left in. They saw that Yin Tianchu had already received Tiancheng Laozu. At this time, Tiancheng Laozu's body was filled with pure yang aura. It was obvious that he had already passed his first thunder trial and was now at the mid-dharma stage. Seeing that Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin had come to receive him, Tiancheng Laozu yelled, "Go, don't worry about me. The people from Wuxing School are behind us." Not only did Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin not turn around, but they also sped up to Tiancheng Laozu and prepared to leave with him. Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin could both see that Tiancheng Laozu had passed his first thunder trial in a hurry. Although he had received pure yang aura after the thunder trial and the heavenly flower due to nourish his injured body, his injuries were still very serious. After the thunder trial, he had been chased by the Wuxing School, so his pure yang aura had probably not been completely refined yet. If the people from Wuxing School had chased after a few great cultivators, Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin would not have cared. As long as they were not surrounded by the cultivators from Wuxing School, 2 or 3 great cultivators would not be able to do anything to Zhenling. Seeing that Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin were still coming to receive him, Tiancheng Laozu looked a little anxious. However, before he could explain further, Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin had already reached him. Tiancheng Laozu then said, "There is a great cultivator from Wuxing School and 2 mid-dharma adepts following behind us." After being discovered by the old man, they were not in a hurry to kill them. They were fishing and looking for you. After the old man discovered them, he purposely led them away. "Why did you still come after us?" Lu Ping raised his eyebrows and said, "There is only 1 great cultivator and 2 mid-dharma adepts. There are only 3 of them?" Tiancheng Laozu said, "I could only discover these 3 people." Tiancheng Laozu's words made Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin frown. Then, they heard an angry laugh coming from the sky. Good. Zhenling, Lu Tianping, you actually dare to attack a great cultivator from your own sect. You really deserve to die." Lu Ping's expression changed instantly. A thick pure yang qi suddenly exploded above everyone's heads. Even the traces of thunder calamity qi in the clouds were pushed away by the pure yang qi. It's a pure yang adept, the pure yang Laozu of Wuxing School, would spirit sun. "Ha, you actually know the old man fine. Today I'll let you die knowing the truth." The clouds in the sky shook and condensed rapidly. A huge palm gradually formed and then came crashing down on top of everyone's heads with a whistling sound. Lu Ping shouted, "All of you run. He's coming for me." When Lu Ping was surrounded by great cultivator Gu and 4 other great cultivators in the Taoist altar world, he managed to severely injure the first pure yang candidate of Wuxing School's earth elemental lineage, great cultivator Gu, when he broke through the siege. Although his cultivation could still recover after that, his original hope of advancing to the pure yang level had been shattered. Moreover, Lu Ping had also taken away the cold white cattail hassock that the people of Wuxing School had painstakingly collected. Even the other great cultivators of Wuxing School who were expected to advance to the pure yang level were also seriously affected. It was no wonder that the pure young cultivator of Wuxing School was so angry that he wanted to kill Lu Ping personally. Jiang Tianlin stood beside Lu Ping with the One Tribulation spiritual treasure, wood, in his hand and said, "It's too late to leave now. It's not that easy to escape from the pure young Laozu's pursuit. Why don't we give it our all?" Now was obviously not the time to hesitate. Seeing that Jiang Tianlin had made up his mind to fight against the pure young cultivator of Wuxing School together with him, Lu Ping did not say anything else. He stamped his feet and the white feather lotus array bloomed under their feet. Then, auspicious clouds rose around them. It was unknown when Lu Ping had taken out the cloud sail. The two of them joined forces in an instant. The huge palm in the sky had already pressed down on them with a momentum like that of a tsunami. However, before the huge palm reached them, a powerful divine sense that was like the whistling of tens of thousands of trees had already pressed down on them. Mu Lingzi obviously wanted to end the battle quickly. Before his divine sense could reach them, he intended to use his majestic divine sense to suppress Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin first. However, this was originally just a probing attack by Mu Lingzi. He did not expect that Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin would specifically wait for this pure young cultivator's divine sense attack at this time. Both Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin knew that if they wanted to close the gap between their strength in front of a pure young cultivator, then the only way to save themselves was to make a fuss about the opponent's divine sense attack. Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin's divine sense merged into one. They were not working together to resist the opponent's pure young divine sense. Instead, they were going against the flow and fighting for the initiative with the opponent. Lu Ping could instantly sense the mockery in Mu Lingzi's eyes. Clearly, Mu Lingzi thought the two of them were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, at this moment, Lu Ping's divine sense suddenly condensed into a Jiao dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed towards Mu Lingzi's divine sense. Divine sense manifestation. Mu Lingzi, whose real body was hidden, let out a strange cry. It was obvious that he was shocked by Lu Ping's tyrannical divine sense cultivation. However, Lu Ping's methods did not stop there. Jiang Tianlin's divine sense cultivation was also not weak. Although it was not as heaven-defying as Lu Ping's, it condensed into a barrier of 10,000 trees behind Lu Ping's back. Lu Ping's path of retreat was firmly blocked by Lu Ping. The dragon formed from the divine sense roared in midair. A ball of jade-green flame that could only appear in the perception of divine sense suddenly spouted out from the dragon's mouth. In an instant, half of the void above the two's heads was ignited, forming a barrier of fire above the two's heads. A painful groan was heard. Mu Lingzi let out a strange cry, "Jade phosphorus soul fire." His tone was filled with fear. He retracted his pure yang divine sense, but the huge cloud hand was already whistling down. The exchange between the two seemed complicated, but everything happened in the blink of an eye. The moment Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin joined forces to defeat the opponent's divine sense attack, the huge palm had already descended above the two's heads. Chapter 1366. The wood spiritual treasure in Jiang Tianlin's hands suddenly expanded. A giant tree grew taller and more luxuriant, turning into a giant tree that reached the heavens. It collided with the giant cloud hand that was whistling down. Rustle. The giant tree shook violently, and countless branches and leaves fell from the giant tree. Jiang Tianlin seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his entire body was forced back several feet. The giant tree that was formed from the spiritual treasure creaked and slowly bent. Then, under Jiang Tianlin's slightly shocked gaze, it suddenly snapped. Jiang Tianlin only felt the blood in his chest churning, and a mouthful of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Tianlin's first tribulation spiritual treasure had been broken in one strike, but it had already bought enough time for Lu Ping. Lu Ping's sword of true spirit turned into 3 dragons that soared into the sky. Then, they combined into one and slammed into the giant palm. A huge hole appeared in the palm, and a ray of sunlight shone through the hole, dyeing the ground with a strange and dazzling color. "How dare you!" The wood spiritual sun let out a loud roar of shock and anger. The clouds around the giant palm that had been pierced began to churn, and it began to try to close the huge hole in the palm. But how could Lu Ping let the opportunity that Jiang Tianlin had sacrificed a spiritual treasure to exchange for him be wasted so easily? Just as the sword of true spirit cast the sky-opening sword art and pierced through the giant palm, Lu Ping raised his hands and a water droplet glimmering in blue, green, and gold appeared in front of his chest. Then, the water vapor in the surroundings began to gather into the water droplet, and the water droplet began to expand. Lu Ping pushed his palms forward, and the three-colored water drop flew towards the cloud palm that had been pierced by Lu Ping. Without waiting for the surrounding clouds to close the hole, the three-colored water drop had already rushed into it. The surrounding clouds began to converge towards this water droplet. The clouds that were originally condensed into a palm seemed to have broken away from Mu Lingzi's control in an instant. The giant hand became increasingly thin, and the tricolored water droplet even began to condense into a huge whirlpool in midair. Not only did the palm that was condensed into a cloud hand disintegrate, even the clouds in the sky within a radius of several miles were drawn in by the whirlpool formed by this water droplet, forming a huge astronomical phenomenon. The pure yang cultivator's attack was actually neutralized by Lu Ping's water droplet. Not only that, the huge phenomenon formed by the water droplet clearly contained a counterattack. A spot of brilliance seemed to have been lit up from a very far place, but as it became more and more dazzling, it had unknowingly appeared at a place not far from Lu Ping and the others. With a step forward, the dazzling brilliance seemed to have become the background for the appearance of the pure Yang Laozu. Would Spiritual Sun seem to be quite surprised that Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin were actually able to take on his all-out attack together. His gaze shifted between the two, and he said coldly, "No wonder you could defeat the pure Yang candidate of our sect's earth element lineage. You really do have some skills." What has made Mu Gu so angry? Can you tell this old man? A voice suddenly rang out from behind Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin, causing their faces to brighten up. However, Wood Spiritual Sun's face darkened, and he said, "Old man Lin Yu, could it be that you want to interfere in the affairs of my wuxing school?" Lin Yu Laozu leisurely flashed behind Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin, and stood together with the two of them. With a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Interfere? If I remember correctly, there should be enmity between you and me. Isn't it only right and proper for me to intervene?" Two more lights flashed in the sky, and it was the two great cultivators of wuxing school who had rushed over. One of them was the guardian Laozu that Lu Ping had seen in the Taoist altar world. Lin Yu Laozu glanced at the two great cultivators of wuxing school who had rushed over, and he said with a smile, "Fellow cultivator Mu, with the current strength of your sect, I'm afraid that you won't be able to stop us. If so, we will take our leave." Wood Spiritual Sun did not say a word. Lin Yu gave Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin a look, and the two of them began to slowly retreat with Lin Yu Laozu until their figures were hidden in the clouds. "Martial uncle, why didn't you chase after them?" This Jinling's Lu Tianping directly made senior brother Gu lose the hope of advancing to the pure Yang stage. This time, 4 of the white marble futons that our sect obtained in the Taoist altar world were also with senior brother Gu, but their storage celestial devices were snatched by Jinling. The other great cultivator of wuxing school who had come with Guardian Laozu was very puzzled that Wood Spiritual Sun had let Jinling go. Guardian Laozu, on the other hand, was silent at the side. With the current strength of wuxing school, even if they attacked with all their strength, they would not be able to take down Jinling, who had the support of a pure Yang stage cultivator. Thinking of Lu Tianping's heaven-defying strength, if Wood Spiritual Sun was entangled by Lin Yu Laozu, Jinling could easily turn around and attack. "Shut up!" Wood Spiritual Sun angrily glared at the great cultivator of wuxing school, then looked at Guardian Laozu and said, "Guardian Hing, how many white marble futons do you still have?" Guardian Laozu's heart was burning with passion, but he did not show it on his face. He said in a deep voice, "I still have 2 more white marble futons, but Martial Niece Shui should have also obtained one in the Taoist altar world." Wood Spiritual Sun nodded and said, "When you go back, you should make more preparations. This time, the treasured cauldron will have to consume a lot of energy." Lu Ping and the other two quickly caught up with Lu Tianyuan and the others who had left first. The brothers Qin Yu and Qin Gang had already rushed over and met up with Lu Tianyuan and the others. Jiang Tunlin bowed to Lin Yu and said, "This time, we still have to thank Senior for your help." Lin Yu Laozu smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just that no matter what, the old man did not expect that the two of you could actually resist Wood Spiritual Sun's attack together. Although Wood Spiritual Sun used the Space Divine ability and did not personally come, he still used his full strength that time. Amazing!" Lu Ping did not want to talk more about this. Instead, he asked, "Senior, are you going to travel to the overseas cultivation world this time?" Lin Yu Laozu looked at Lu Ping and said with a smile, "The old man is an independent cultivator and has no fixed residence. It's good for him to travel to the overseas cultivation world. The Qin brothers intend to establish a foundation in the overseas region and reorganize the Luo Xn sect's inheritance. The old man also intends to hand over his inheritance to them. When the time comes, I might have to ask for your help, Zhenling and the others." Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin looked at each other. Jiang Tianlin smiled and said, "That's what we should do. If the Qin brothers have any difficulties, just say the word. Zhenling will do his best." After thinking for a while, Jiang Tianlin asked, "However, I wonder if the Qin brothers have a preliminary idea of where to build the foundation of this sect?" Ancestor Lin Yu looked at the delighted Qin Yu and Qin Gang and sighed in his heart. However, he still put on a smile and said, "Of course, we are not as familiar with the overseas practice world as your esteemed sect. Do you have any good suggestions?" Jiang Tianlin looked at Lu Ping and said, "Originally, I thought it would be better for Senior and the Qin clan brothers to visit the outer seas. But in my opinion, the Fallen Mystic Realm and the Eastern Sea's Northern Sea are not bad places to visit." Jiang Tianlin paused. Seeing that Lin Yu Laozu was still listening with a smile, he continued, "Many overseas sects have established bases in the Fallen Secret Land. However, the Fallen Secret Land has always been chaotic with humans and demons mixed in. If you can find a place to build a foundation and look after them, the Luo Xn sect's inheritance will not be cut off. Moreover, there are many factions in the Fallen Secret Land. The Qin brothers will not attract too much attention. They can take the opportunity to rest and build up their strength. Moreover, our sect also has some business in the Fallen Secret Land, so we can look after each other." Lin Yu Laozu nodded and said, "The old man has heard of the Fallen Secret Land. The situation there is chaotic, so it's a good place to hide. However, if the Luo Xian sect wants to expand in the future, it will be a little closed off." The Qin brothers were not very willing to establish a sect in the Fallen Secret Land. Hearing that Lin Yu Laozu had the same idea, they were happy. However, Jiang Tianlin said, "If that's the case, the North Sea of the East Sea of the cultivation world is not a bad place. Ever since the North Alliance of the East Sea's cultivation world collapsed, the northern region of the sea has fallen into a period of emptiness. Although the Carefree sect, the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect, and the Water Crystal Palace are fighting with all their might, the three sects are keeping each other in check. The Qin brothers can make use of this opportunity to establish a foundation in the East Sea before planning to expand in the future." Lin Yu Laozu listened carefully to Jiang Tianlin's introduction and nodded repeatedly. However, in the end he still said, "Let's go overseas first. We have to see for ourselves which place is suitable." The group traveled east and returned to the East Sea through the long-distance teleporter of the Tianyue sect. After saying goodbye to the Carefree sect, Zhenling followed Lin Yu Laozu and the others to tour the North Sea of the East Sea. Then, they entered the Fallen Secret Land and returned to the North Sea through Jingzha Island. Now, Zhenling's image in the North Sea was different. After Jiang Tianlin had advanced to the late Dharma stage and Lu Ping had made a name for himself in the Middle Sea, Zhenling was now the #1 sect in the North Sea. It was the true existence that dominated the North Sea. All it lacked was a treasure ship, a long-distance teleporter that could connect with the large sects in the Middle Sea, and recognition from the various holy lands in the Middle Sea. The arrival of Lin Yu Laozu and the others was naturally welcomed by Zhenling. However, in private, the Qin brothers had many complaints. "Senior, Why don't we establish a foundation in the North Sea cultivation world and pass on the sect? That's right. The sects in the North Sea cultivation world are the weakest, and we are on good terms with the strongest sect, Zhenling. With their help, wouldn't it be easier for us to restore the sect? Lin Yu Laozu sighed and said, how can we allow others to sleep beside us? Zhenling has already established itself in the North Sea cultivation world. Would they be willing to let you establish another sect here? What's more, you have a pure young adept standing behind you. Looking at the looks of disbelief on their faces, Lin Yu Laozu continued, if the Luoxin sect's legacy does not end, it will ultimately depend on your own efforts. In the world of cultivation, there is no sect that can continue its legacy with the help of others. If you think that restoring the sect is too difficult, it's not too late to give up now. With the protection of the old man, with your cultivation base, it will not be difficult for you to advance to the mid-Dharma stage in the future. It is even possible for you to pass through the second Thunder trial and become late Dharma adepts. The treasure ship set sail. Chapter 1367. In the main hall of Tianling Mountain, Lu Tianling saw Lu Ping walk in and asked, did Lin Yu and Laozu leave? Lu Ping nodded and said, yes, they've left. I've been showing them around the North Sea's cultivation world for the past few days. I'm sure they've understood the sect's intentions. They'll probably stay in the fallen secret realm and wait for an opportunity to establish their sect. Jiang Tianlin sighed and said, it's extremely difficult to establish a sect. The Qin brothers' aptitude is not bad, but they are not mature enough. If it weren't for the guidance of a pure young cultivator, I'm afraid they would have been destroyed many times before they could establish a foundation. Lu Ping walked to the lower seat of the hall and sat down. Senior Lin Yu won't help them too much. At most, he can help them for a while. Whether the Luo Xian sect can rise in the future depends on themselves. Guotianshan also asked, by the way, what's up with your disciple, Lei Laolu? Isn't he from the Luo Xian sect? I heard he wants to join our sect? Jiang Tianlin smiled. It's true that he's from the Luo Xian sect, but most of his training came from other fortuitous encounters. He doesn't have much to do with the Luo Xian sect. I've already taken him in as a disciple and he's gone through his first lightning tribulation. He's currently in seclusion to stabilize his training. He'll come out in about half a year. By then, our sect will have another mid-Dharma cultivator. Mei Tianqin said, it's not a problem for him to join our sect, but his future disciples must be chosen from the Zhenling side hall, just like Senior Xiang Lu. Jiang Tianlin smiled. That's right. Celestial Laozu, who was sitting at the head of the hall, suddenly said, no matter what, this good karma must be maintained. The pure young cultivator may be on our side. You can send a message to Jingzha Island and ask Tianfeng to fully support the Luo Xian sect. Lu Tianling smiled. Of course. In the main hall, the sect leader, Lu Tianling, sat in the middle. The two great practitioners, Tianxiang Laozu and Jiang Tianlin, sat side by side with Lu Tianling. Below them were Zhenling's group of mid-Dharma adepts, Mei Tianqin, Guotianshan, Chu Tiancheng, Lu Tianping, and Yin Tianchu. After Tianfan Laozu's death, Tianshui Laozu became more and more depressed. After returning to the Northern Sea, he went to the Frost Island to guard the Spirit Stone Mine. At the same time, he studied the 7-colored restriction breaking talisman technique by himself. After Lu Ping returned to the North Sea, he made a trip to Frost Island and gave her the incantations he had obtained from the world of the Tao altar that explained how to break through talismans. However, at that time, Tianshui Laozu's hair was already snow-white, and her face was haggard. She was no longer as forceful and bold as before. Instead, she had a hint of benevolence and serenity, causing Lu Ping to feel a little disappointed. At this time, Liang Tianfeng was guarding the frozen island in the perished secret realm, observing the current situation of the Eastern Sea training world. He was managing the forces that Zhenling had secretly expanded after the collapse of the Northern Alliance. Although Xianglo Laozu was a senior of the same generation as Tian Xiang and Tianshui, he was like Lei Laolu. When it came to matters related to Zhenling's grand plan, the two of them naturally did not have the right to participate. In the few months after returning to Zhenling, Lu Tianyuan and Lei Di had both successfully passed their first thunder calamity and advanced to the middle Dharma stage. However, at this time, both of them were in seclusion to consolidate their cultivation. Although Lu Tianyuan had the right to participate, he did not have the time to participate in this gathering. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Lu Tianling said, "Now that our sect has two great cultivators, we have the qualifications to become a large sect." The two large sects of the Central Plains, Tianxian sect and Tianyue sect, are willing to guarantee for our sect as the destination for building the long-distance teleportation portal. The treasured ship has also basically been repaired. Today, I have gathered everyone here to ask for everyone's opinion. Is it time for our sect's treasured ship to set sail? Lu Ping was surprised. Now? Lu Tianling smiled. Of course not. The treasured ship's departure involves a lot of things. The selection of cultivators, the allocation of various resources, all kinds of adaptive training before setting sail, coordination, and also, once the treasured ship sets sail, it will take at least a third of our sect's strength. The sect will definitely be in an extremely weak period. At this time, we must consider the countermeasures that our sect should take, the reactions of the Northern Sea sects, the attention from the Eastern Sea and the Central Plains, etc. Once all these things are prepared, the treasured ship will only be able to set sail after at least half a year. Lu Ping nodded and did not speak anymore. These past few decades he had not been in the Northern Sea. After returning to the Northern Sea for a few months, he had been by Lin Yu Laozu's side, so he was not too familiar with the current situation of the sect. Therefore, most of the time, he would listen to the other Laozu's discussions. Yin Tianchu was the same as Lu Ping. When it came to the status of the sect, Yin Tianchu was below Lu Ping. Both of them were the only third-generation cultivators in the main hall. Since Lu Ping did not speak, Yin Tianchu only brought his ears. Mei Tianqin obviously advocated for the treasured ship to set sail as soon as possible. Since everything is ready, it is naturally better to set sail as soon as possible. Now that we have experienced the Battle of the Nine Mystical Tower, all the sects have suffered a lot along the way, and the current situation in the Central Plains and the Eastern Sea is also extremely advantageous to us. It is better to be cautious. Although the current situation is advantageous to us, ever since Brother Jiang advanced to the late Dharma stage, the various small movements of the Northern Sea sects have suddenly stopped. I feel a little uneasy, so it is better to figure out what they are doing. Guitianshan had always been prudent, and this time, the treasured ship setting sail to become a large sect could be said to be the first time Zhenling had done this since the founding of the sect. To put it bluntly, Guitianshan himself was not confident. Chu Tianqing said without thinking, "What is strange about this? Brother Jiang advanced to a great cultivator, so everyone is afraid." Everyone did not comment on Chu Tianqing's words. Only he would think so simply. Mei Tianqin continued, "According to the news, Wuxing School and the Nine Mystical Tower have suffered heavy losses after the Battle of Luo Xian Mountain and the siege of Mara's army. The Nine Mystical Tower has even sealed itself for 100 years and has no time to care about other things. The Purple Sun Palace has lost a pure yang in the Battle of the Nine Mystical Tower. Now that the demons of the Western Wilderness have joined forces to attack the city, the Purple Sun Palace can no longer focus on the Central Plains cultivation world. The Lingyun Valley is being held back by the demons of the Endless Mountain. The Skyward Pavilion is also in conflict with the four sects of the Southern Sea. The Crystal Palace of the Eastern Sea is also being held back by Skyrend and the Green Sea Snakes. The six Holy Lands have no time to care about other things, and the Heavenly Shen sect is still being threatened by Mara in Linhai. When has the Heavenly Moon sect been in a good situation all these years? At this time, we are supporting the two sects with the treasure ship. It can be said that we are sending charcoal in snowy weather. It will also be of great help to our sect's status in the cultivation world. With the support of these sects, it will also be of great benefit to our sect in the future in the overseas cultivation world. At this time, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu suddenly interrupted and said, "Junior brother Tianjiang's lifespan is coming to an end." Everyone was silent. Tianjiang Laozu had been racking his brains over the years to repair the treasure ship, and his lifespan had long come to an end. His lifelong hope was to see the treasure ship set sail with his own eyes and Junling sect become a large sect. Otherwise, he would not have taken the supreme-grade longevity pills refined by Lu Ping to extend his lifespan. But even so, after the treasure ship was completely repaired, Tianjiang Laozu, who had always been supported by his faith, had also reached the end of his life. At this time, being able to let Tianjiang Laozu see the treasure ship set sail was at least a spiritual comfort for the old man. Everyone looked at Jiang Tianlin. After celestial phenomenon Laozu spoke, his opinion was the most important in the main hall. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tianlin shrugged his shoulders and pouted at Lu Ping. He said, "Kid, what do you think?" Chu Tiansheng laughed on the spot. Although the others were not surprised that Jiang Tianlin had always stayed out of things at this time, they could not help but laugh. A serious discussion that concerned the future of the sect was instantly dispelled by his words. Being called out, Lu Ping naturally did not have the right to push things around like Jiang Tianlin. Holding back the laughter in his heart, Lu Ping organized his words and said, "After the Taoist altar world closes, the third-generation disciples will gradually advance to the late Dharma stage." Everyone was stunned. Celestial phenomenon Laozu asked, "How much longer do you need?" Lu Ping said without thinking, "Any time, it's just that I don't want too many people to know." Lu Tianling said in a low voice, "You're saying that someone wants to harm our sect?" "Just in case." Lu Ping thought for a while and said, "Just like what Uncle Tianshan said, our sect becoming a large sect is a disaster for the sects in the North Sea. They will definitely not be indifferent. In fact, the sects in the North Sea are not a concern for our sect now. The real danger is outside the North Sea." Jiang Tianlin also asked, "Then when do you think the treasure ship will set sail?" Lu Ping said, "I need about 1 or 2 years to consolidate my cultivation." Celestial phenomenon Laozu made the final decision and said, "I'll give you 3 years. After 3 years, the treasure ship will set sail. What does the sect leader think?" Lu Tianling thought for a while and said, "Okay, but who will be in charge of the treasure ship this time? Will Lu Tianping leave with the treasure ship?" Celestial phenomenon Laozu said, "The old man is old, it's hard to leave his homeland. Just leave this matter to Tianlin." Lu Tianling looked at Lu Ping again, and Lu Ping said, "I'll stay in the North Sea. With Uncle Master in charge of the treasure ship, even a pure yang cultivator will not be able to do anything." Mei Tianqin frowned and said, "You're saying that the danger might be coming for the North Sea?" Lu Ping said, "The treasure ship is not the foundation of the sect. If someone wants to attack the sect, they will definitely not give the sect a chance to breathe. Not to mention that the treasure ship has no fixed location on the sea. Not to mention that it is extremely difficult to determine its exact location. Its power is also much stronger than the Northern Alliance's treasure ship that sailed into the river and became a live target." Lu Tianling nodded and said, "Then tell me who else will be going with the treasure ship to the Central Plains this time. At the same time, how to select the core forging disciples to control the treasure ship needs to be planned in the long term. After all, there might be 2 or 3 third-generation disciples entering the aspect stage in 3 years. Chapter 1368. The next time Lu Ping saw Chen Lian was during the ship's trial. The entire Zhenling sect fell into a state of shock when the 500-1, 600 feet long, 100 feet wide ship sailed out from the back of Tianling Mountain. Back then, when Lu Ping discovered the place where Fei Ling sect's treasured ship had sunk deep in the sea outside Frost Island, the Zhenling sect's avatar cultivators had spent a great deal of effort to secretly move the ship's wreckage into the forbidden area behind Tianling Mountain. In order to keep it a secret, not only did the sects of the North Sea not know about this, but even in Zhenling, other than the Dharma adepts, only the weapon forging hall, the talisman-making pavilion, and a few spell formation masters of Zhenling knew about this because they had to repair the ship. After Jiang Tianlin had advanced to the late Dharma stage, most of the Zhenling sect cultivators, as well as the various sects in the North Sea, had been silently estimating that Zhenling's sect would need at least a few decades before they could build a brand new treasure ship and advance to become a large sect. Who would have thought that Zhenling's sect would unbelievably come up with such a huge object in the forbidden area behind Tianling Mountain? The entire Zhenling was in disbelief when they heard the news. Then, they swarmed to the back of the mountain to watch the ship's trial. After that, all the cultivators of Zhenling, be it the core forging stage, the blood condensation stage, or even the blood refining stage disciples who had just learned how to use their artifacts to fly, went into a frenzy. These disciples flew up and down the slowly moving ship with all kinds of lights behind them. There were even some disciples who fell into the sea while they were enjoying themselves. Those were the blood-refining realm disciples who were too engrossed in their flight and didn't even realize that their arcane energy had been depleted. As a result, they could only fall into the sea, causing the Zhenling sect cultivators who were watching the trial run to burst into laughter. The trial of Zhenling's ship caused the entire Zhenling to be in a state of ecstasy. It was as if this ship's trial was like an official diplomatic mission for Zhenling. The news of Zhenling's sudden trial of the treasured ship was like a boulder that had been thrown into a pond. It was no longer just a few ripples, but a great uproar. The scope of the impact was not only limited to a corner of the North Sea's cultivation world. How could Zhenling suddenly have a treasured ship? This was impossible. Zhenling's rise to prominence was already fast enough, but the sects of the North Sea had never discovered any signs of Zhenling building a treasure ship. The construction of a treasured ship was a huge project to begin with, and it was also a heavy burden. In the eyes of the sects of the North Sea, Zhenling had risen so quickly. With the barren cultivation world of the North Sea, most of Zhenling's resources should have been used on the cultivation of their disciples. How could they have any spare energy to build a treasured ship? Even if Zhenling met the qualifications to be promoted to a large sect and started building a treasured ship with all its might, it would be impossible for it to succeed without several decades of effort. This was under the condition that there were no twists and turns in the process of building the treasured ship. It must be known that the process of building a treasured ship was not smooth sailing. It involved many secret techniques related to weapon refinement, formations, talismans, spirit veins, grotto heavens, and so on. As a sect that had never experienced a large sect, how could they guarantee that the process of building a treasured ship would not be affected? What was even more unexpected was that as an overseas sect that had just reached the threshold of becoming a large sect, in order to save cultivation resources and shorten the time needed to advance, the first treasured ship they built was usually a small treasured ship that was around 300 meters long. Then, as the strength of the sect increased, the treasured ship would be expanded to become a medium-sized treasured ship that was 150 meters long. However, this time, Zhenling directly sailed out from the back of Tianling Mountain with a medium-sized ship that was 500 to 600 feet in length. It was even considered extremely large among medium-sized treasured ships. This was a treasure ship that could only be built by those large sects that had deep foundations overseas. The bigger the treasured ship, the more sturdy it was and the more powerful it was. In the overseas cultivation world, it also meant that the sect's strength was stronger. Zhenling's plans were great. The North Sea cultivation world, which was already jittery because of Jiang Tianlin's advancement to the late Dharma stage, had even fallen into despair when Zhenling's treasured ship suddenly set sail. The rise of Zhenling was unstoppable. On the deck of the treasured ship, the senile Tianjiang Laozu looked at the back of Tianling Mountain, which was getting smaller and smaller in the distance. He also looked at the treasured ship, which was illuminated by the magic of the Zhenling cultivators who were cheering. He laughed happily and shouted, "Old man's wish is fulfilled, old man's wish is fulfilled, I have no regrets even if I die, I have no regrets even if I die." Chen Lian was originally cheering as the treasured ship set sail. However, at this time, because Tianjiang Laozu was nearing the end of his lifespan, all the affairs on the treasured ship had been handed over to Chen Lian. After Lu Ping met Tianjiang Laozu and instructed the sect disciples to take care of the old man, he went straight to Chen Lian. "Are you here to see the great way of the 9 dragon bells?" Chen Lian was very clear about the purpose of Lu Ping's visit. Although Jinling's treasured ship set sail was a big deal, North Sea Watersword Immortal had seen everything. During the Battle of Phantom City, Lu de Sword Immortal had witnessed how the 6 Debao ships rampaged through Mara's army. Not to mention that Jinling's treasured ship was only a medium-sized one. He had even been in close contact with the large treasured ship of the Crystal Palace. He was lucky enough to board the ship during the battle, but he could only look at it from the deck. Of course, outsiders were not allowed to enter the interior of the treasured ship. But even if Lu Ping could enter the interior of Jinling's treasured ship, he still knew nothing about the things inside. At most, he would only be able to see something new. After returning to the North Sea, Lu Ping sorted out the contents of Taoist Hu's incantations and handed them over to Chen Lian. Chen Lian naturally treated them like a treasure, especially the contents related to blacksmithing. Chen Lian repeatedly pondered over them like he was intoxicated. The so-called Great Way of the 9 Dragon Bells was actually the Sea Bell. This time, the Great Way of the 9 Dragon Bells brought back by Jinling from the Taoist altar were enough to refine 8 Sea Bells. And Lu Ping privately asked Chen Lian to refine another one, using the broken pedestal stone engraved with dragon-shaped relief that Lu Ping brought back from the Taoist altar. This bell was called the Great Way of the 9 Dragon Bells, by Lu Ping. Different from the 8 Sea Bells refined by Jinling, the Great Way of the 9 Dragon Bells refined by Lu Ping not only had 9 dragon-shaped reliefs on the surface of the bell, but the most important thing was that there was a natural device spirit in the bell, which called itself a dragon. Naturally, Lu Ping despised this arrogant dragon-shaped relief greatly. How dare it call itself a dragon? At best, it was evolved from a mantra thought of Jiao Daoren. Even Jiao Daoren himself called himself a flood dragon, so how dare it call itself a dragon? The dragon-shaped relief naturally knew that it was not confident enough, but in this cultivation world, aside from Lu Ping, there seemed to be no one who could see through its tricks. Naturally, the dragon-shaped relief enjoyed this majestic title with a clear conscience. Of course, although the Great Way of the 9 Dragon Bells was refined according to the method of the Sea Bell, there were still many differences. In order to create its own hiding place, the dragon-shaped relief naturally did not dare to hold back at all. Be it in terms of power or other magical uses, the 9 Dragon Bells were much stronger than the other Sea Bells. Moreover, because of the dragon-shaped relief, there was a mysterious connection between the 9 Dragon Bells and the other 8 Sea Bells. Once the 9 Dragon Bells and the other 8 Sea Bells were placed together, they could form a powerful formation under the main formation of the 9 Dragon Bells. How is it? Did the refinement process go smoothly? Lu Ping asked with a smile. Chen Lian replied, "This is really not an easy task. Although the refinement process of the 9 Dragon Bells is complicated, with my current artifact refinement techniques, I am barely able to control it. However, there is an artifact spirit hidden within this magic treasure. It will not be easy to not damage it. Besides, I have never come across this kind of refinement method before. How can an artifact spirit exist without going through lightning tribulation? The quality of this 9 Dragon Bell is so high that it will be able to withstand lightning tribulation in the future. Will another artifact spirit be born after it withstands lightning tribulation? How will the two of them get along?" As the two of them conversed, they arrived at a specially opened artifact refinement room on the treasured vessel. Chen Lian's words were overheard by the dragon-shaped relief on the 1-meter-tall bronze bell in the center of the room. The 9 dragon-shaped reliefs on the bronze bell swam at the same time, looking very strange. However, there seemed to be a mysterious connection between the 9 reliefs. One of the reliefs suddenly said, "Naturally, the lightning tribulation has to be endured. Otherwise, how can it become a spiritual treasure? However, the artifact spirit will not appear. The power of the lightning tribulation will be directed at me, and the pure yang qi will be absorbed by me." Chen Lian was puzzled. "This is completely different from what I know." The dragon-shaped relief snorted and said, "I have told you long ago, I am not a relief. I am a demon, a spirit demon. Just like the Dharma manifestation cultivators of the human and demon clans, if I want to grow, I also need to undergo lightning tribulation. Why can't you understand it?" Chen Lian looked at Lu Ping. Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, "For the time being, let's call it a demon." Chen Lian naturally would not pester him on this matter. He pointed to the 9-dragon bell and said, "I have already imprinted the 9 treasures on this bell. Apart from the dragon inside, this 9-dragon bell is already a genuine top-notch spirit-nurturing magic treasure. All it needs is the nourishment of your true essence to slowly increase the power of this magic treasure." Lu Ping stretched out his hand, and the 3-meter-tall bell shrunk to the size of a bell and fell into Lu Ping's hand. He flicked it with his finger, and the jing-jing sound was crisp and melodious. "By the way, now that the treasured vessel is testing, your matters are almost done. Now that your cultivation has been stuck at the peak of the core forging realm for many years, where do you plan to go for seclusion this time to break through and condense the Dharma power?" Chapter 1369. For Jinling, the ship's trial was a chance to summarize the ship's experience and fix the ship's flaws. At the same time, it was also a chance to shock the North Sea training world and announce Jinling's position as the ruler of the North Sea. In just a few months, the ship passed by Frost Island, Scarlet Mist Island, and stopped at the islands where the other 7 large and medium-sized sects were stationed, even including Jinling's old enemy, Xianling sect. However, Songhai sect was not among them. After returning from Xianling sect, the treasured ship went straight to Huangli Island, but it did not return. Instead, it turned east and went to the Deep Sea Demon region. Without much effort, it destroyed 18 camps of the Demon Clan, killing 5 Dharma adepts of the Demon Clan and countless other low-level adepts. In the end, it even alerted 3 late Dharma adepts of the Demon Clan. However, when faced with the huge ship, the 3 adepts wisely chose to retreat. In the end, they had no choice but to send envoys to sue for peace and offered a large amount of training resources. The demon race retreated east and gave up 3,000 miles of neutral sea as Jinling's territory. This made Huangli Island the central island of Jinling's new territory. After that, Jinling officially announced that Huangli Island was open to the demon race. Humans and demons could communicate with each other in Jinling. Jinling could obtain all kinds of rare treasures from the Deep Sea Demon region through Huangli Island. Jinling also sent 3 mid-Dharma adepts, Lu Tianping, In Tianchu, and Lei Di, to guard Huangli Island to intimidate the demon race. However, Lu Ping had already left for Yankun Island after the ship arrived at Frost Island. Yankun Island was one of the 36 medium-sized islands under Jinling's jurisdiction. It was extremely close to Tianling Mountain, but it was also extremely desolate. As a medium-sized sect, Yankun Island's training resources were considered the poorest among the 36 medium-sized islands. Normally, the 36 medium-sized Jinling Islands would be guarded by late core forging cultivators. Only a few of the poorest islands would be guarded by mid-core forging cultivators. Because Yankun Island was very close to Heaven Spirit Mountain, there were times when the island didn't even have a guardian. Although Yankun Island looked desolate on the outside, it was heavily guarded on the inside. When Lu Ping arrived at Yankun Island, he discovered that there were at least 3 early Dharma adepts and 7 or 8 late core forging adepts hiding on the island. "Senior brother Tianyong, it's been a few years since we last met. You've also advanced to the Dharma realm." Tianyong was overjoyed to see Lu Ping. He immediately said, "Don't mention it, staying in this godforsaken place is really suffocating. I heard Junior Marshal Brother and the others had a great time in the Middle Lands. I'm really envious." Tianyong was overjoyed to see Lu Ping. Lu Ping laughed and said, "I'm the one envious of Senior Brother's carefree life." Tianyong waved his hand in annoyance and said, "Carefree my ass. I'd rather go out and fight with people. However, I heard that the elixir you refined healed Master's injuries. Now that Master has successfully advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, Tianyong has to thank you." After saying that, Tianyong really bowed to Lu Ping, scaring Lu Ping so much that he quickly dodged and said, "Senior brother, what are you doing? Uncle Master Tiancheng has helped me a lot. It's my duty to help him refine elixirs and heal his injuries." Tianyong laughed and said, "Let's not talk about this, let's not talk about this. Speaking of which, why did you come to Yankun Island this time? Lu Ping nodded and said, yes, I'm here for something important. Tian Yong said casually, you're here to look for that brat Deng Xianming, right? You've brought back a great talent for our sect. Even Uncle Master Xianxian herself said that this brat was born to be a genius in formations. His attainments in formations are so great that even she can't compare to him. It's just that not long after he came to our sect, he was sent to this lousy place. I heard that it was Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's idea? Lu Ping nodded. Tian Yong continued to ask, speaking of which, this brat is so mysterious. All these years, he's practically covered the entire Yankun Island with formations. What is he trying to do? This brat's mouth is tightly sealed. No matter how we ask him, he only smiles, and he even smiles very proudly. He doesn't want to say anything. This angered old Yao so much that he wanted to break his front teeth. Lu Ping smiled mischievously and said, you want to know? Tian Yong hurriedly nodded and said, all these years, not just in the North Sea training world, but even within our sect, not many people know that old Yao is already a Dharma adept. He's been guarding this lousy island all this time, and no one knows what he's doing. He's been so stifled. Lu Ping laughed and said, as long as senior brother survives your first lightning tribulation, you'll naturally understand the purpose of this Yankun Island. However, you're not the only Dharma adept on this island. You can always spar with the two of them. Tian Yong retracted the anxious look on his face and said, so you're just making fun of me. The other two Dharma adepts on this island are Uncle Master Tian Sin and Senior Sister Tian Hui. How can they spar? Upon hearing this, Lu Ping paused and said, Senior Sister Tian Hui is also on the island? Tian Yong sighed and said, yes, and so is her son. After senior brother Tian passed away, senior sister Tian Hui came to this island and has not left since. Lu Ping was stunned and said, senior sister Tian Hui is also on the island. After the two of them paid their respects to Tian Sen and Lao Zu, they went to visit Tian Hui. When the two of them arrived at a forest, they saw a beautiful woman in her 30s giving pointers to a young practitioner of about 20 years of age in swordsmanship. Tian Yong and Lu Ping stood outside the forest and watched the young man practice swordsmanship. This young man was only at the early core forging stage, and the swordsmanship he was practicing was a normal wood-based swordsmanship from Zhenling's legacy. If it was Spring Dawn, when it reached a higher level, it could also become a small magical swordsmanship. Both of them were now Dharma adepts Lao Zu, and they were high-level practitioners in the cultivation world. Naturally, they could see through a minor repairs cultivator at a glance. Tian Yong chuckled and said, this young man has some talent. If he is trained well, he might be able to become a fourth-generation disciple in the Dharma adept stage in the future. This way, senior brother Tian will have a successor. After the young man finished practicing a set of swordsmanship, Tian Hui casually gave him some pointers. Although she did not practice swordsmanship, with her cultivation, it was not difficult for her to give pointers to a core forging cultivator. When Lu Ping and Tian Yong walked into the forest, Tian Hui turned around and was surprised to see Lu Ping. The young man naturally knew Tian Yong. All these years he had been living in seclusion on Yankun Island, he had received many pointers from this uncle master. However, he was not very familiar with Lu Ping. Greetings, senior sister. Tian Hui was originally the eldest disciple under Tian Lao Zu. Lu Ping and the other practitioners from the Chonghua sect would not call her senior sister, but senior sister. Junior brother Tian Ping, how did you come to Yankun Island? Tian Hui pointed at Lu Ping in front of her and said to the young man beside her, hurry up and greet your uncle master Tian Ping. When the young man knew that the person in front of him was the famous North Sea Water Sword Celestial, he was already stunned. When he heard his mother's instructions, he hurriedly said, disciple Xianhua greets Uncle Master Tian Ping. All these years, Lu Ping's reputation as the North Sea Water Sword Celestial had shaken the entire cultivation world. Among the 4th and 5th generation practitioners of Zhenling, he had become a legendary existence. The biggest impact on the younger generation of Zhenling was that there were more and more people practicing swordsmanship. Lu Ping smiled and nodded. He suddenly said, "Your swordsmanship cultivation is not bad among the disciples of the same level. Who is your master now?" Xianhua's expression darkened. He said, "I have always been cultivating with father." Lu Ping nodded and sighed. "Your swordsmanship cultivation has reached a bottleneck. It's fine if you don't practice the spring dawn swordsmanship. After all, you won't have much success. It will also restrict your vision and knowledge of swordsmanship. It will be troublesome when you wake up in the future and want to break free. I have some things to do these days, and it's inconvenient for me to not have my disciples by my side. Are you willing to listen to me?" Xianhua was naturally very willing to be taught by the North Sea Water Sword Celestial. However, he still looked at his mother. Lu Ping said with a smile, "Senior sister, I need to borrow your son for a few days. Please allow me." Tianhui naturally knew that Lu Ping had the intention to nurture her son. She was grateful and quickly said, "Junior brother, what are you saying? It's Xianhua's fortune to listen to you." With Lu Ping's current status, not to mention a junior, even the third-generation disciples of the same generation might not be worthy of Lu Ping's guidance. The three of them chatted for a while. Lu Ping then said, "It's getting late. We should go see how junior brother Deng's preparations are going." Zhenling's formation lineage had always been led by perfected Xianxin. As the only formation grandmaster before Zhenling, perfected Xianxin had put all his effort into repairing the various formations and talismans on the treasured ship. However, after Lu Ping introduced Deng Ming to Zhenling from the South Sea, perfected Xianxin greatly admired his formation cultivation. In the years that followed, although Deng Ming became perfected Xuanxin's disciple, Deng Ming's cultivation in formation had already surpassed him. He was the number one in formation in Zhenling. After that, because perfected Xuanxin's lifespan was getting longer and he had less energy, an important matter that Zhenling's high-level cultivators had planned fell on Deng Ming. Deng Ming stayed on Yankin Island for many years. When Lu Ping saw Deng Ming again, he was already at the 9th level of the core forging stage. It was clear that Zhenling had spared no effort in supporting his cultivation. Deng Ming's talent in formations was undeniable. His own cultivation foundation was also much higher than perfected Xuanxin's. Perfected Xianxin had already lost all hope of advancing to the Dharma stage. Zhenling naturally did not want Deng Ming to follow in perfected Xuanxin's footsteps. Thus, he naturally put in a lot of effort to nurture him, hoping that he could become a Dharma stage formation grandmaster. "Junior brother Xianxin, long time no see. How have you been?" Deng Ming saw that Lu Ping was a little impatient and said, "Brother Lu, I have spent many years setting up layers of formations on the entire Yankin Island. The sect should let me know why you have set up such a huge formation and even sacrificed Yankin Island, right?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "There's no rush. You will know the answer soon. However, to get to the bottom of it, junior brother Deng, you will have to suffer for many years." Chapter 1370. A streak of light streaked across the night sky, trying its best to conceal its tracks. Finally, it landed on an empty patch of sea. Lu Ping, Deng Ming, and Xianhua appeared in this place. Lu Ping's divine sense spread out like a tide, and nothing happened within the coverage of his divine sense. Lu Ping waved at the two, and his body had already dived into the sea. The three of them dived for more than 1,000 feet, and when Xianhua's zhenqi reached its limit, a bright bead suddenly rose from Lu Ping's hand, and the surrounding water pressure suddenly dissipated, and the three of them continued to dive into the depths of the sea. Deng Ming looked at the bead on top of Lu Ping's head, bowed his head for a moment, and suddenly said in surprise, "Is it the water-repelling moon pearl?" Lu Ping laughed and said, "Yes, it is the water-repelling moon pearl." The three of them dived tens of thousands of feet deep into the sea. Only then did they vaguely see an undersea cliff. After diving down for more than 10,000 feet, a stone platform with a circumference of hundreds of feet abruptly protruded from the undersea cliff. On the stone platform, there was an exquisite formation. It's a teleportation array. This teleportation array naturally couldn't be hidden from Deng Ming, a formation master. However, looking at the bewildered and uncertain formation master, It seemed that he had guessed something from the teleportation stone platform that had suddenly appeared in the deep sea, but he really didn't dare to confirm it. In his opinion, this teleportation array seemed to have been tampered with by someone, and it couldn't be activated at all. Lu Ping laughed and stepped on the stone platform with the two of them. Then, he fiddled with it for a while, and then inlaid the spirit stones in several places on the stone platform, and then said to Deng Ming, "This kind of teleportation array, can junior brother Deng break it?" Deng Ming thought for a moment, and said, "This is a secret array, slightly different from ordinary teleportation arrays. It is difficult for outsiders to break it. But it is not easy to find such a stone platform thousands of feet deep in the sea." Lu Ping made a few hand signs, and the teleportation array was activated. A dark light flashed at the bottom of the sea, and the three of them disappeared from the stone platform. Buzz. A light flashed, and in a secret underwater cave, Lu Ping and the other two suddenly appeared here. Deng Ming felt a great crisis hanging over his head, as if his life would be taken away at any time. Xian Hua, the early-stage core forging minor repairs, also seemed to feel the same, and the moment they appeared in the secret underwater cave, they also felt a burst of fear. This feeling appeared extremely abruptly, but also disappeared extremely quickly. It was as if in that instant, the dangerous existence hidden in this secret underwater cave had instantly discerned that the three of them were friends and not enemies. Lu Ping seemed to have never felt that kind of abyss-like dangerous aura. The moment he appeared in the secret underwater cave, he just glanced around with a smile, and then walked out with the two of them. In a clear pool, the three of them slowly rose into the air, and the rich spiritual qi hit them in the face. Deng Ming and Xian Hua were stunned by everything that suddenly appeared in front of them. After a long time, Xian Hua said, "Isn't this the secret place of inheritance of our sect that father once mentioned, the inside of a magic treasure?" Lu Ping smiled and said nothing. On the side, Deng Ming saw a giant mountain in the distance, which seemed to have been cut off by someone, and a green belt of water winding down from the top of the mountain until it converged into the pool under their feet. He shook his head and said, "What kind of magic treasure can support such a giant mountain? If I'm not mistaken, isn't this the location of the famous Fei Ling sect's Fei Ling Mountain?" Before Lu Ping could say anything, Xian Hua was the first to jump in fright. As the only large sect in the North Sea for tens of thousands of years, even though the Fei Ling sect had already been destroyed, it was still very famous in the North Sea cultivation world. The only large island in the North Sea, Fei Ling Island, had been destroyed by a Dharma adept who risked his life to activate a forbidden formation. Since then, the island had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Only once every 500 years would a blood condensation cultivator be allowed to enter Fei Ling Island to investigate. As a native North Sea cultivator, how could Xian Hua not know about this? Fei Ling Island only opens every 500 years, and with our level of cultivation, we can't enter. Lu Ping looked up to the sky and laughed, unable to hide his pride. This is Fei Ling Island in the North Sea, and that giant mountain is Fei Ling Mountain, where Fei Ling sect used to live. What do the two of you think? Really? Doesn't that mean that our sect will have a giant island and a giant spirit vein in the future? Xian Hua was pleasantly surprised. This is the foundation of Zhenling's legacy. I, Xian Ming, finally understand what Yan Kuan Island has been up to all these years. I'm lucky to be able to participate in it. Deng Ming's face flashed with a hint of fanaticism, as if he was going to accomplish something earth-shattering through his hands. That's why I brought junior brother Deng here. In the next few years, I'm afraid junior brother Deng will have to stay in the deep sea for a few more years. Deng Ming laughed. To be able to personally participate in such a great event, even if senior brother wants me to leave, I'd rather die than leave. Not long after the three of them left the secret underwater cave, 3 rays of light were already flying towards them from the top of Fei Ling Mountain. Lu Ping was surprised and went up to them. "Senior uncle, I haven't seen you for a few decades. How have you been? I didn't expect you to be the one in charge here." The white-haired and bearded Tianlu Laozu chuckled. Very good, very good. To be able to see Fei Ling Mountain in my lifetime, the old man can die without regrets. Your senior uncle Tianqin is in charge of the elixir pavilion. The old man can stay on Fei Ling Island for the rest of his life. Lu Ping hurriedly said, Senior uncle, you will live a long life. Whether Fei Ling Island can be restored to its former glory depends on senior uncle's presence. Tianlu Laozu smiled. The old man only uses his words, not his fists. On Fei Ling Island, you can be considered to be bossy and bossy. With the help of the fellow Taoists you've invited, the restoration has been greatly accelerated. After greeting Tianlu Laozu, Lu Ping cupped his hands towards the two people beside him. Senior uncle, senior brother Tiansheng. Tiancheng Laozu glanced at the two people behind Lu Ping and said, This time, you're going to trigger the second lightning tribulation. Are you completely confident? Lu Ping smiled. Who dares to say that they are completely confident? However, I am 70 to 80% confident. Tiancheng Laozu nodded. Only Lu Ping would dare to say that he was 70 to 80% confident. However, Tiancheng Laozu was more or less confused because of his concern. He thought that Junling could produce a third grand cultivator so that Junling's status as a large sect would no longer be in doubt. Tiansheng, who was half a body's length behind Tiancheng Laozu, cupped his hands towards Lu Ping and said expressionlessly, Junior brother, you're always one step ahead. Now that you're about to undergo the second lightning tribulation, I'm going to drag you down again. Lu Ping knew that Tiansheng had always been serious. Although he was tall, his face was always sallow and full of worry as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. In Jinling, he was known as the sick tiger in the North Sea cultivation world. The sick referred to Tiansheng's strange appearance, while the tiger referred to Tiansheng's strength. He was an extremely powerful figure among the third-generation disciples of Jinling. If it were not for the fact that Jinling had produced geniuses such as Lu Tianping and Yin Tianchu, Tian Tian's death, and Lu Tianyuan's profound accumulation and the care of his elders, Tiansheng's strength was probably one of the best among the third-generation disciples of Jinling. Lu Ping smiled and said, I'm just a step ahead. Senior brother, you'll definitely catch up in the future. As everyone exchanged greetings, Lu Ping introduced Deng Ming and Xian Hua, who were behind him, to the three Laozus. Upon hearing Deng Ming's identity, even though Deng Ming had already become Jiang Tianlin's disciple, Tiancheng, Laozu, and the others had no choice but to politely say, Thank you for your trouble. As for Xian Hua, everyone sighed in their hearts, but they could not help but do their best to help him. In their hands, there were a few gifts from Tianlu Laozu and the others. Tiansheng nodded at Lu Ping and said, In that case, I'll bring junior brother Xian Ming to the forbidden area of the sect-protecting formation in the belly of the mountain. After Tiansheng left, Tiancheng looked at Xian Hua, who was following behind Lu Ping, and said, You want this little fellow to follow you through the heavenly tribulation this time? Lu Ping smiled and nodded. I see that this child is quite fond of swordsmanship. Senior sister Tian Hui is not very proficient in swordsmanship either. It just so happens that I have an extremely complete set of swordsmanship divine ability in my hands, so I want to teach it to this child so that he won't have to take many detours. The forsaken Lord listened on the side, smiled and nodded. That's good. Lu Ping seemed to have thought of something at this moment. He asked Tianlu Laozu, Grand Uncle Master, are those people easy to order around? Tianlu Laozu's expression turned serious. The old man was about to ask you where I could find them, and there are so many of them. If the news is leaked, I'm afraid others will covet them again. Lu Ping's mouth moved slightly, and he briefly told Tianlu and Tiancheng about the longevity grotto heaven in the 9 mystical tower. Seeing their stunned expressions, he smiled. I'm afraid they will only stay here and not go out. They were raised by humans since they were born, so they are already wary of the outside world. We don't care about them on Fei Ling Island, so it's like heaven. As for planting spiritual herbs and opening up spiritual gardens, it's like instinct to them. Martial uncle, you don't have to worry about personal gains and losses. Moreover, someone has placed a vicious restriction on their divine sense. Although I have a way to conceal it, I can't remove it. They will still die if they leave this place. Tiancheng Laozu shook his head. You're really bold. Look, they're here too. When Lu Ping turned to look, he saw several Luan birds flying over from the horizon. The ones leading them were the two mid-Dharma adepts, Luan Xiu and Luan Qing. The rest of them were at different levels of core forging and blood condensation. There were even a few little Luan birds that seemed to have just hatched and learned how to fly. They were flapping their wings vigorously behind them. Among them were the few that Lu Ping had previously hatched under Lu Qiner's orders. Luan Xiu swooped down from the sky and transformed into his human form. When he saw Lu Ping, he shouted, "Lu Tianping, your Zhenling is really ambitious." Chapter 1371. Zhenling had accumulated over the years, especially in the last 200 to 300 years, and had formed at least 4 large spirit veins on Tianling Mountain. However, just the spirit veins on Fei Ling Mountain alone were equivalent to 7 large spirit veins, and this was the result of Lu Ping's temporary absorption of the Linglong Cauldron. In reality, although a small part of Fei Ling Mountain's peak had been shaved off, causing the large spirit veins on Fei Ling Island to be heavily damaged, it was not impossible to gather another 1 or 2 large spirit veins if the entire Fei Ling Mountain was harvested. Lu Ping had come to Fei Ling Island this time not only to bring Deng Xianming to participate in an important matter of Zhenling that would affect the legacy of Zhenling for generations to come, but more importantly, it was to make the final preparations to survive the second Thunder Trial and become a great adept of the late Dharma stage. Originally, Lu Ping did not need to be so cautious, but something that had suddenly happened at this critical juncture had forced Lu Ping to delay the time of his Thunder Trial. As one of Lu Ping's natal spirit treasures, the Sword of the Real Spirit Mo Li requested to face the second Thunder Trial at the same time as Lu Ping. During the first Thunder Trial, the power of the Sword of the Real Spirit Mo Li had combined with the power of the Sword of the Real Spirit had caused Lu Ping to have a lingering fear. Originally, Lu Ping had not been too concerned about the second Thunder Trial, but Mo Li's repeated requests had caused Lu Ping's heart to leap to his throat. Therefore, during this period of time, Lu Ping had been training in seclusion on Fei Ling Island. One reason was to continue to train the inner yuan in his body, and at the same time, to quickly refine the medicinal power of the White Lotus body storage elixir that had accumulated in his body for his own use. He wanted to increase the strength of his body and strengthen his foundation in preparation for the arrival of the second Thunder Trial. Secondly, he wanted to borrow the power of the Thunder Tribulation to complete something that he had been planning for a long time. This was also the reason why he insisted on bringing Deng Xianming, a formation grandmaster, along with him to participate in this major event. What? You're going to summon the second Thunder Tribulation on Fei Ling Island, and you're going to summon it together with a spirit treasure? The white-haired and amiable Fornax Laozu had only heard half of what Lu Ping had said, but his hair and beard were already standing on end. Do you know what you are talking about? Others are trying their best to weaken the strength of their own Thunder Tribulations. But you, not only do you think that your Thunder Tribulations are not strong enough, you even want to receive the Thunder Tribulations of the Spirit Treasures in your hands. This is not a simple addition. The power of the 2 Thunder Tribulations is no less than the 3rd pure Yang Thunder Tribulations. Lu Ping was still grinning. I know. To be honest, when I went through my first Thunder Tribulation, I summoned the Thunder Tribulation together with this spirit treasure. Although it was my first Thunder Tribulation, the power of the Thunder Tribulation was no less than the second Thunder Tribulation of an ordinary cultivator. Didn't I get through it? Fornax Laozu said seriously, "This is not a child's play. You succeeded the last time, but it doesn't mean that you will succeed this time. Besides, going through the Thunder Tribulation together with a spirit treasure should be a secret technique of the Central Plains passed down from ancient times. You've already used this secret technique last time. Are you going to change your spirit treasure again this time?" Lu Ping also said, "It's not a change, it's still the same spirit treasure from last time. It's just that this time it concerns whether I can master a supreme secret technique quickly, so I have to take the risk again." Seeing that Lu Ping had made up his mind, Fornax Laozu had no choice but to say, "Why do you want to summon the Thunder Tribulation on Fei Ling Island? You should know that Fei Ling Island is tens of thousands of feet under the sea. Although it doesn't affect the summoning of the Thunder Tribulation, it may cause changes to the various prohibitions on Fei Ling Island. Moreover, the gathering of thunderclouds is very eye-catching. After all, this is the second thunder tribulation. The movement caused by it may shake the entire North Sea cultivation world. If the secret of our sect being able to enter and leave Fei Ling Island is exposed, it will inevitably bring disaster to our sect's various plans. Of course, I know that. Lu Ping explained unhurriedly. In fact, I'm doing this on purpose. During this period of time, junior brother Deng Xianming must have made preparations. The restrictive formation on Fei Ling Island was set up by the three great divines of Fei Ling sect. Back then, it could sink such a huge island into the sea. Needless to say, its power is tyrannical and magical. Now, if we want to restore it, we can only use a huge external force to shorten the time. This time, the Thunder Tribulation is an excellent opportunity. Otherwise, with our accumulation over time, I'm afraid that Fei Ling Island won't be able to rise to the surface of the sea for at least 800 years. Moreover, the sea area of Fei Ling Island has rarely been visited for thousands of years. Even though I've summoned the Thunder Tribulation this time and attracted the attention of the various sects in the North Sea, who would have thought that our sect has already entered Fei Ling Island? Who would have thought that our sect is actually planning to reappear the entire Fei Ling Island in the North Sea? Anyway, there won't be too many people coming and going from Fei Ling Island for the next few years. If the various sects in the North Sea can't find the person undergoing the Thunder Tribulation, why would they wait here for a long time? Even though Lu Ping had convinced Fornax Laozu, the Thunder Tribulation this time was not a trivial matter. Lu Ping still found a place far away from the edge of Fei Ling Mountain as a place to undergo the Thunder Tribulation. After several months of hard work, Deng Xianming had finally unlocked a small part of the restrictive formation in the belly of Fei Ling Mountain. He used this as an opportunity to set up a huge formation, intending to use the power of the Thunder Tribulation that dispersed during Lu Ping's Thunder Tribulation to pry open the restrictive formation on the entire Fei Ling Island. During the time that Lu Ping was preparing for his second Thunder Tribulation, Xianhua had completely become Lu Ping's right-hand man. Aside from cultivating under Lu Ping's guidance, Xianhua had personally witnessed the various preparations that Lu Ping had made for the Thunder Tribulation, which was greatly beneficial to Xianhua's future growth. Before he followed Lu Ping to the place where the Thunder Tribulation would take place, Lu Ping handed the House of Gold to him and instructed, 9 out of 10 chances of surviving a Thunder Tribulation has always been fatal. This item contains more than half of my life's work. You can just hand it over to the sect master. Xianhua took the House of Gold and said, Uncle Master's reputation is illustrious, so it's naturally not a problem for you to become a great cultivator. I'll keep this item for the time being. Once Uncle Master successfully advances, I'll naturally return it. Lu Ping smiled and handed over 2 storage artifacts to him. He said, just give these 2 rings to Taoist Master Mystic Fox of Huangli Island in the future. She will naturally know what to do. Xianhua silently took the 2 storage artifacts, only to see Lu Ping toss another storage ring into his hands. He said, this is your reward. Senior brother Tian passed away at a young age. Although he died at the hands of Mara, it has a lot to do with Shen sect and Songhai sect. There's a set of wood elemental sword techniques that are extremely suitable for you to cultivate. There's also a portion of cultivation resources and a wood elemental high-grade earth elemental spirit item. You should cultivate diligently and not be impatient. In the future, you might be able to achieve even greater things than your father. Lu Ping paused for a moment before saying, you should take care of yourself. Uncle Master, the heavens help the worthy. Xianhua gripped the storage ring in his hands tightly and bowed to Lu Ping. When he raised his head, he saw that Lu Ping was already hundreds of feet away. And at this moment, a strong and powerful pressure swept through the void. Although Lu Ping had already moved as far away as possible from Fei Ling Mountain, the strong pressure still caused the entire Fei Ling Mountain, which was gradually becoming more and more lively, to fall silent. Lu Ping completely released the shackles on his own cultivation, and a strong aura swept out in all directions, contending with the pressure of heaven and earth that had descended from the void through the tens of thousands of feet of seawater. On the surface of the sea, thick clouds of catastrophe had already rolled and gathered, and the huge phenomenon very quickly shocked the entire North Sea cultivation world. This was Lu Ping's second lightning tribulation, but the clouds of catastrophe that had gathered were not something that a mid-Dharma adept could withstand. This was the third lightning tribulation that a late Dharma adept had to face, the pure yang lightning tribulation. Since when was there going to be a pure yang adept in the North Sea? Could it be Xianling Sec's Dao Sheng Laozu, or Jinling's Tian Xiang Laozu? The possibility of it being Tian Xiang Laozu was not high. At this time, Jinling was in the critical period of his sect's promotion, and Jinling would definitely not take the risk at this time. Dao Sheng Laozu, on the other hand, was a possibility. As the number one cultivator in the North Sea, Dao Sheng Laozu's seniority was already much higher than Tian Xiang Laozu's. Moreover, Jinling had become more and more powerful over the years, and the original number one sect in the North Sea, Xianling sect, had been declining. At this time, Dao Sheng Laozu might give it his all. If Dao Sheng Laozu could really achieve pure yang, the North Sea cultivation world would definitely have a fierce battle. At the end of the day, there was not a single true pure yang adept in the North Sea cultivation world, and no one could recognize the power of the third pure yang lightning tribulation. Even Dao Sheng Laozu and Tian Xiang Laozu had not seen it before, but many people knew that such a strong lightning tribulation had at least far exceeded their understanding of the second lightning tribulation. If it exceeded the strength of the second lightning tribulation, then what was it if not the pure yang lightning tribulation? The key was, who was the person who triggered the lightning tribulation? The various sects in the North Sea sent their adepts to investigate, and the first to respond was Jinling. As a sect that was about to become a large sect and dominate the North Sea, they were naturally the most anxious when they suddenly discovered that there was a power that they could not control in the North Sea cultivation world. At the same time, this also proved to the North Sea cultivation world that the person undergoing the lightning tribulation here was not from Jinling. After the various sects in the North Sea received the news, they were the first to relax, but then the people from Xianling's sect also came in a panic. Naturally, it was not Dao Sheng Laozu. Could it be that someone from outside the North Sea had come to the North Sea to undergo the lightning tribulation? This did not seem impossible. In the past 100 or 200 years, the North Sea cultivation world seemed to have attracted more and more attention from other cultivation worlds, and the number of adepts coming and going from the North Sea cultivation world had also increased. The lightning tribulation clouds gathered on the surface of the sea, and the rumbling thunder directly shocked the minds of the adepts. The area within a radius of 100 miles was completely covered by the lightning tribulation clouds, and within this area, not a single Dharma adept dared to enter. Core forging adepts could enter the area covered by the lightning tribulation, but they could at most go 30 to 50 miles in, because the huge pressure of heaven and earth made it impossible for them to withstand this kind of pressure. Chapter 1372. Who triggered the pure yang lightning tribulation? Under the tyrannical pressure of the world, no one was able to enter the range of the heavenly tribulation. Naturally, no one knew that there was actually no one at the place where the heavenly tribulation lightning landed. The tribulation lightning fell towards the sea, but in reality, it pierced through the void and landed on the edge of Fei Ling Island that was tens of thousands of feet under the sea. The sword of true spirit, Mo Li, hung above Lu Ping's head. This time, Mo Li did not hide behind Lu Ping like when he summoned the first heavenly tribulation lightning. Almost all of the heavenly tribulation lightning was blocked by Lu Ping alone. According to Mo Li, the reason why it could take the initiative to help Lu Ping share the power of the heavenly tribulation lightning was mainly because it came from the water ape artifact spirit of the Qiankuan wine cauldron. This greatly improved the quality of the sword of true spirit. And what Lu Ping had said to Tianlu Laozu about the reason for cultivating a supreme sword art was not a lie. Among the 20 pieces of chiming divine stones that Lu Ping had obtained in the Dao altar world, there were a few that recorded Jiao Doran's mantras. Lu Ping seriously pondered the meaning of these mantras, especially after refining the broken stone of the Dao altar foundation. He had obtained the will of Jiao Daoren that could directly nurture the dragon-shaped relief. This allowed Lu Ping to have a further understanding of the heaven-opening swordsmanship that he controlled. The heaven-opening swordsmanship had 3 sword techniques: the battle formula, the kill formula, and the death formula. These 3 sword techniques came from the same origin. Only by cultivating the battle formula to a certain degree could one touch the edge of the kill formula. Only by cultivating the kill formula to a certain degree could one touch the edge of the death formula. Lu Ping could use the Sword of True Spirit to derive the battle formula to create 3 flood dragons. After spending a year in the Dao altar world, he was able to fuse the 3 flood dragons into one to form the kill formula. However, if Lu Ping wanted his heaven-opening swordsmanship to further touch the edge of the death formula, he would have to undergo the second heavenly tribulation lightning. More specifically, he would have to use the Sword of True Spirit to undergo the second heavenly tribulation lightning and become a second tribulation spirit treasure. Only then would he be able to successfully derive the death formula. Bolt after bolt of heavenly tribulation lightning fell, its power growing stronger and stronger. This caused the cultivators who were observing from hundreds of miles away to turn pale. They were even more certain that this heavenly tribulation was a pure yang heavenly tribulation. However, the cultivators of the North Sea were all confused as to which Almighty Master was undergoing the heavenly tribulation again. Because this news was so shocking, the various sects had to use spies or connections they had left in other sects to investigate each other. The most likely suspects were Xianling sects Dao Xing Laozu and Jinling Tian Xiang Laozu. Both of them had already appeared in their respective sects and clearly requested their disciples to invite this Almighty Master to their sects once they successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. Even if they couldn't, they had to express their goodwill. In that case, Jinling Jiang Tianlin could also be ruled out. More and more cultivators began to believe that the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation in Fei Ling Island must be an Almighty Master from outside the North Sea. It was not that no one had connected this heavenly tribulation with Fei Ling Island, which had sunk tens of thousands of feet deep into the sea. However, this only made them more certain that the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation must be from outside the North Sea. There was no reason for this. Which North Sea cultivator would choose to undergo the heavenly tribulation in Fei Ling Island? This was an eye-catching place, and only outsiders would choose this place without any scruples. 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning fell in a row. Apart from the cultivators who were observing from hundreds of miles away, their faces turned ashen from the power of the heavenly tribulation. When the thunderclouds dispersed, there was nothing left on the sea. Was the tribulation a success or a failure? No one knew, but one thing they understood was that even if the Almighty Master had succeeded in his heavenly tribulation, he was pure Yang Laozu. If he did not want others to see him, no one would be able to find him. Naturally, the various sects would not take such a major event lightly. Although they did not find anything, the cultivators of the various sects still left many scouts in the open and in the dark, hoping to see the almighty pure Yang cultivator. However, an entire year had passed, and the sea was still calm. There were no other unusual occurrences. Even if the pure Yang cultivator needed to stabilize his cultivation after the heavenly tribulation, such a long period of time was enough for him to recover. It seemed that the almighty pure Yang cultivator had really left. At this time, some people once again thought of Fei Ling Island. Could it be that the Almighty Master had originally come for Fei Ling Island? Although Fei Ling Island was tens of thousands of feet deep in the sea, it was not easy for a late Dharma adept to dive tens of thousands of feet deep. Even if one used various methods to reach the periphery of Fei Ling Island, there was nothing they could do against the forbidden formation that protected the entire island. When Fei Ling Island sank, there were people who had set their sights on Fei Ling Island, but in the end, all of them returned in failure. It was even rumored that the pure Yang cultivator from the Crystal Palace had secretly dived tens of thousands of feet deep into the sea in an attempt to break through the forbidden formation and enter Fei Ling Island, but in the end, he did not succeed. There were also cultivators who dived thousands of feet deep into the sea to check on the teleportation formation on the cliff at the bottom of the sea. The teleportation formation was still not activated. Later, there were even people who saw Xianling sects Dao Sheng, Lao Zhu, personally diving into the sea to check. Although the results were unknown, after that, the Xianling sect's cultivators who had stayed near this area of the sea had all retreated. Another year had passed, and the North Sea was still calm. It was said that another Dharma adept had appeared among the third generation of Zhenling's disciples, causing the various sects in the North Sea to lament that the rise of Zhenling was becoming increasingly difficult to stop. It was not that the other sects in the North Sea did not have any third-generation disciples who had advanced to the Dharma stage. Even the first direct disciple of the Xianling sect, Ouyang Weijian, who had been traveling in the East Sea, had successfully passed his first lightning tribulation after returning to the North Sea and had advanced to the mid-Dharma stage. However, compared to the speed at which the third generation of Zhenling's disciples had advanced, it was still a far cry. Even in the training of the fourth-generation disciples, Zhenling was far ahead of the various sects in the North Sea. Today, it was said that nearly 10 fourth-generation disciples of Zhenling had advanced to the late core forging stage. As for the other sects in the North Sea, it was said that only the fourth-generation disciples of Xianling, Songhai, Shui Yen, and Hai Yen had advanced to the late core forging stage. The fourth-generation disciples of the other sects were still lingering around the mid-core forging stage. Although Zhenling did not sail across the stormy ocean with great fanfare like the various sects in the North Sea had imagined, it also did not have conflicts with the various sects in the North Sea because of its wanton expansion of power in the North Sea. However, Zhenling used the name of the trial voyage of the treasure ship to travel around the North Sea, which was a huge deterrent to the various sects in the North Sea. Many of the sea areas, islands, and even some neutral areas that Zhenling had disputes with the various sects previously chose to give way to Zhenling as the treasure ship passed by. Zhenling's sphere of influence had quietly expanded. At the same time, the expansion of its sphere of influence had also increased Zhenling's control over the cultivation resources of the North Sea. More and more cultivation resources were gathered in Tianling Mountain, which also supported the cultivation of Zhenling cultivators, forming a good cycle. On this day, in the deep sea where Fei Ling Island had sunk, a space passage opened, and Lu Ping took a step out. As Lu Ping injected a stream of spiritual essence, the water-repelling moon pearl, which was originally dim due to the heavy water pressure, suddenly became dazzling. It pushed away all the seawater around Lu Ping, forming a light shield that was 3 meters in size. For the sake of caution, Lu Ping did not come out from the transmission stone platform on the cliff at the bottom of the sea. Instead, he chose to come out from the deep sea passage that he had used when he first entered Fei Ling Island. Compared to the difficulty of entering this place back then, Lu Ping now appeared to be much more relaxed, even though the deep sea still made Lu Ping feel a trace of pressure. Lu Ping's divine sense spread out in all directions, but the pitch-black seabed didn't pose much of a hindrance to his divine sense. A smile appeared on his face, but he didn't just float up. Instead, he swam in the deep sea and headed northeast. Currently, Huangli Island had a circumference of 70 to 80 kilometers. Although it was not a medium-sized island, its status, prosperity, and importance far surpassed any medium-sized island under Zhenling's jurisdiction. Lu Ping's return to Zhenling did not alarm anyone else. He only greeted sixth brother Lei, who was on the island, before returning to Ding Tao's cave abode. Black Fox, who was cultivating, was naturally pleasantly surprised to see Lu Ping return. The two of them had an intimate moment, and spiritual master Black Fox then asked Lu Ping if everything had been smooth for the past 2 years. Black Fox naturally knew what Lu Ping had been doing for the past 2 years, but she still did not know anything about Fei Ling Island. However, over the past 2 years, Deng Xianming had complained to Lu Ping several times that breaking the restrictive formation on Fei Ling Island was an extremely huge task. Even if he had used the external force from Lu Ping's tribulation to greatly reduce the time needed to break the formation, it would still be an extremely long process. One of the important reasons why Lu Ping had secretly left Fei Ling Island this time was to ask the sect leader for permission to bring Black Fox to Fei Ling Island to help Deng Xianming break the restrictive formation. Currently, in terms of the cultivation of formations in Jinling, apart from spiritual master Xianchen and Deng Xianming, Black Fox's attainments in formations could be ranked first. She was only one step away from becoming a formation grandmaster. If she participated in this important task, she would be able to take this last step. Seeing that Black Fox was not in a good mood, as if she had something that she could not say, Lu Ping smiled and asked, "Is there something on your mind?" A bright red flash across Black Fox's face, as if she was extremely embarrassed. However, under Lu Ping's gaze, she still spoke with 30% resentment and 70% coquettishly. Zhong Jian and Ma Yu already have 2 children, a boy and a girl. Their eldest daughter has already reached the core forging stage, and junior sister Xianling is also pregnant with senior brother Tianyong's child. Chapter 1373. Lu Ping laughed out loud, and the Black Fox's face was already red. She scolded jokingly, "You're still laughing? Master and the sect master asked us why we don't have children a few days ago. You're still laughing. You've been running around all these years, and we've been separated more than we've been together. It's not easy for us to return to the North Sea this time. If we wait until the next time, I don't know where you'll go and how long you'll be gone." The longer the Black Fox and Lu Ping were together, the more gentle she became. This time, she spoke urgently and even had a hint of anger. Lu Ping didn't dare to tease her anymore. He hugged the Black Fox and said gently, "We still have to wait." The Black Fox was very dissatisfied, but she gave him room to explain. Lu Ping's expression became serious, and he said, "For the bloodline inheritance." Bloodline inheritance? The Black Fox was very confused and said, "You and I are not Dao companions of the Demon Clan. What's the use of bloodline inheritance? Even for the Demon Clan cultivators, only those top Demon Clan members who are direct descendants of the 7th Patriarch will have bloodline inheritance." Lu Ping smiled and said, "I'm different." Seeing the strange expression on the Black Fox's face, Lu Ping hurriedly said, Don't misunderstand. I'm not a Demon Clan cultivator, nor am I a mixed blood descendant of the Human Clan and Demon Clan. It's because my bloodline, cultivation method, and divine sense are different from ordinary cultivators. These things are my greatest secrets, and at the same time, they're the foundation of my current achievements. I hope that these things can be passed on to my descendants through my bloodline in the future. In the future, their path of cultivation will be much smoother. The Black Fox naturally knew what kind of legend the man beside her was in the cultivation world. She could also guess that he must have secrets that others didn't know about, but she didn't expect that these secrets would actually be in his bloodline. Naturally, Lu Ping wouldn't tell her everything. That was because some of the things that happened to him had indeed reached an unimaginable and unbelievable level. Once he said it, it would be difficult to explain, and the misunderstanding would deepen. It was better to give a general reason to convince people. Then, how long do we have to wait? The Black Fox naturally believed in her man, but she was still a little uneasy. Lu Ping smiled and said, "When you condense your Dharma form, wait for me to advance to pure yang." Pure yang? The Black Fox was a little surprised, and she was a little uncertain. "What? You don't believe I can overcome my 3rd lightning tribulation?" Lu Ping asked with a smile. "Don't talk nonsense." The Black Fox was furious. What would happen if he couldn't pass the 3rd thunder tribulation? Wasn't she cursing her man to die? However, that was a pure young cultivator. No matter how much confidence the Black Fox had in Lu Ping, it would be a lie to say that she didn't have any doubts about such an unreachable existence in the cultivation world. Lu Tianping whispered into the Black Fox's ear, "Don't worry. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm not confident, I, Lu Tianping, wouldn't take the risk of having no descendants." His warm breath lingered in the Black Fox's ear. The manly scent on Lu Ping's body was like surging waves that drowned her. Once again, the two of them rolled together. For a period of time after that, Lu Ping stayed on Huangli Island. He took turns to test the cultivation skills of the few disciples in the school. When he had free time, he would talk about Dharma and Tao. He was quite relaxed. One day, a talisman flew over from the sky. Lu Ping reached out and grabbed it. After bidding farewell to the black fox, he turned into a ray of light and left Huangli Island. At the same time, on Scarlet Fog Island in the western part of the North Sea, Jiang Tianlin, who was guarding the island, frowned. He stretched out his hand and opened up a void in front of him. He was already dozens of miles away from Scarlet Fog Island. A ray of light came from afar and landed directly in the sea a few feet away from Jiang Tianlin. A Dharma adept covered in blood struggled for a moment before fainting in the sea. Jiang Tianlin went forward and looked at the person for a moment. Then he exclaimed, "Why is it this kid?" "Senior Long Huai, sorry for making you wait." The ray of light landed outside Huanyu Island in the middle of the North Sea. Lu Ping apologized to the Longhuai ancestor, who had been waiting for a long time. The Longhuai ancestor glanced at Lu Ping and said, "However, it seems that your strength has increased significantly again." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Senior, you're here for the musket god's stone this time, right?" The Longhuai ancestor nodded woodenly and said, "With your strength and the special technique that you practice, you should be able to bring out a few pieces of broken stone." Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Senior, do you know the origin of the technique that I practice?" "This technique is extensive and profound. What you can practice is only a part of the complete technique." Lu Ping hurriedly asked, "Senior, do you know how to find the complete technique?" The Longhuai ancestor shook his head and said, "I don't." Lu Ping was dispirited, and he passed the 2 pieces of broken stone that contained Jiao Doran's will to the Longhuai ancestor and said, "I originally had a few more pieces of broken stone, but the sect I'm in needs quite a few as well. So, I was only able to leave 2 pieces for Senior." The Longhuai ancestor weighed the 2 pieces of broken stone in his hand while an indescribable glow flashed in his eyes, and then he said, "It's fine." Lu Ping pondered for a moment before he probed. "May I ask why Senior wants these pieces of broken stone?" "For the sake of bringing them out of the world of the Tao platform, I had no choice but to eliminate the will of Jiao Daoren contained within them." The Longhuai ancestor's face remained expressionless, but Lu Ping could read a faint smile in his eyes, which made Lu Ping feel a little awkward. "Eliminate? How can the will of the 7th Patriarch of Sky Splitter be so easily eliminated by you?" Lu Ping was surprised. He saw the Longhuai ancestor forming a few hand seals and muttering a few incantations. Suddenly, 2 words that left Lu Ping dumbfounded came from the 2 pieces of broken stone. The 2 words were very familiar to Lu Ping. It was the will of Jiao Daoren that Lu Ping had heard in the Tao platform. At the moment when the 2 words were heard, the Longhuai ancestor hung motionless in the air as if he had been hit by a spell. It was as if he had fainted from the shock of the 2 words. Lu Ping guessed that the 2 incantations might have directly affected the main body of the Longhuai ancestor in the secret graveyard, so he tried to suppress the rolling thoughts in his heart and waited quietly for the Longhuai ancestor. After a long time, the avatar in front of him finally recovered. He cracked his neck and smiled at Lu Ping again. He threw the 2 pieces of broken stone in his hand to Lu Ping and said, "These things are useless to the old man, so I'll return them to you." When he saw Lu Ping's surprised and bewildered expression, Ancestor Long Huai revealed a trace of a smile with great difficulty and said, "You don't understand?" Lu Ping said honestly, "I don't understand. Actually, it's nothing. It's just to awaken a suppressed memory." For some reason, Lu Ping felt a sense of vicissitudes from the words of the Longhuai ancestor. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.